Hey, Sovereign Wealth Builders, Simon Dixon here, and welcome to another episode of Simon Dixon Hard Talk Live. I've been thinking long and hard about what I could do with my time to bring as much value as possible to my listeners. I think we've spent a long time over the years, in fact, over a decade. I think I created the first YouTube video on this channel, I think even before Bitcoin existed. There's about 16, 17 years or so, or even further back, of videos on this YouTube channel. And I've known many people that in that time have achieved complete sovereign freedom. They achieved financial success they could never imagine. I too went through that journey. And I've changed the name from Bitcoin Wealth Builders because Bitcoin was the key in order to exit the system and meet some of these trends. But I wanted to really expand that out to Sovereign Wealth Builders. So as more of my content, I went through monetary reform. Then I found Bitcoin. Then we went through the whole journey of building the entire Bitcoin ecosystem, invested in over 100 companies, tried to build a non-fractional reserve bank instead. Started getting people access to Bitcoin company investments, all of that journey, going back to macroeconomics, going through a Chapter 11 bankruptcy, supporting countries like El Salvador, tried to do it in the UK, Isle of Man, different countries. Been through that journey, sold my business, became a full-time investor, and just going through that whole journey. I kind of moved upon to this whole concept of a sovereign wealth builder. But it dawned upon me that we've been so deep in the weeds uncovering the system and the tools of leverage that I may have gone slightly off in really providing solutions that people can follow. Sovereign is not a yes or no. It is actually a spectrum. And it's a continuation subject to the limitations of your jurisdiction, of laws, of the financial products that are available, of your current situation, of your religion, of your family life, of whether you have children or not. And so we could go down so many different rabbit holes in this whole journey of sovereign wealth, how we even define sovereign wealth. But to me, the system is set up to make sure that you're as least sovereign as possible. And so what I want to do is actually define that framework and try and do things a little bit differently. I believe that change is accelerating at a pace that is quite overwhelming for most people. I know, having been through allocating my time to trying to be involved in the anti-war movements, exposing the different complexes, military, financial, technical, having gone through all of that, it really can play an effect on your psychology, on your health. And I can't imagine what that would have been like if I hadn't fixed the wealth stuff first as well. And what is wealth? Is wealth purely financial, or is there more to it? I think it's a more nuanced subject, and I think there's so many different angles we can go down. But when I look back at my blog, simondixon.com, I think I've covered most of what I wanted to cover in terms of how the system works. Because it's only when you understand how the system works in its rawest form that you can actually develop a strategy to win. And so I was thinking, what is the best way of helping people navigate this? Because things are accelerating. And they're accelerating faster and faster and faster. And this idea that we all came up with as a team was to have some short form content where we kind of define an aspect of solutions and things that we all need to do to prepare. And then do it in an interactive way where maybe this becomes like an AMA session. And so if you're not watching this on YouTube, we're going to try that today for the first time. And I want to do this with you. At some point, AI is going to be cloning all of my content. And it's going to have access to significantly more resources in analyzing. And we're all going to go through that journey together. And I think we need to get set up to be able to be prepared for that journey. And I started that approximately, well, I've been at it for 25 years. You remember my story. I started on this journey because my father lost all his sovereign financial freedom. It was the stock market. It was the 2000 dot-com boom and bust. He wasn't sovereign when he was born. He was born in the 30s. He went through World War II, the Great Depression. He was born in poverty. His father was a bus driver, my grandfather, who I never got to meet. He had 6 brothers, siblings. There were 7 of them. And he became sovereign. And right before he was at retirement age, he lost it all to the financial industrial complex. That was 25 years ago in 2000. And he asked me to figure out what happened. So I went through the whole journey. I did the qualifications. I did the university. I did the master's degree in economics. I did the T-boy job at a stockbroker. I did market making job on the trading floor at the London Stock Exchange. I did corporate finance and investment banking. I threw in the corporate towel. I went into monetary reform. I tried to do monetary reform through the political process, then tried to create a bank and do it through the business process. And then found Bitcoin, realized that there was alternative parallel systems in the cypherpunk movement. Invested lots of different companies, lots of different structures, lost money, made money, been through the whole journey, built a business, exited the business, became a full-time investor, did mining-backed securities backed by Bitcoin mining, did a venture capital fund, Bitcoin Capital. And slowly but surely unwound everything until it was solely in sovereign wealth. And by that, I would like to define what I mean by sovereign wealth. And then what we're going to do is, for those that are on YouTube, using the comments, and we'll get better at this over time. We'll take all your feedback in the comments. We'll read through it all. I want to really develop, going deep into all these tools through your questions, through your journey. Through me providing answers to the things that you're struggling with right now. And we'll just see how this goes. Each week we'll build on top of it. I'm still getting invited to lots of podcasts. So I want to give a personal message at the beginning. That's what I'm doing right now. Then I want to jump into the AMA, and you can tailor the direction that this goes. We'll try and keep it on track to maximize value. And then we'll just play one of my interviews where, one of my content, so that you can go back through the frameworks. And everything is archived on simondixon.com. And we'll build a community as well. Now, here's my promise. No sponsorship to change a message to meet someone's goal. No monetization where I have to say something that is sensational to beat the algorithm. No upsells, no business model. I freed myself from all of that. And because I am actually as sovereign as one can be. And as I said, it's a spectrum. You'll never be fully sovereign, but it's a journey that we go through. And there's not going to be perfection. There's only every day we're either more sovereign or less sovereign. And there's an action that we can take every day. There's an action we can take every week. And there's an action we can take every month to become more sovereign. So let's really think about what this actually means. And I'd like to just to set the framework. And again, Azad is going to be going through the questions. So you have to be on YouTube using the live chat. And the live chat feature will allow you to ask a question. And Azad will pick some out. I'll try and do some rapid fire ones, some long form answers. I'm not quite sure where this is going to go. We're going to make this together. We're going to do this together. And really just create an interactive journey towards sovereign freedom. And seeing how far down the spectrum, sharing our mistakes, sharing our journey, and just watch this whole transition that we're going through with the police and surveillance state, artificial intelligence, but really leaning into it because there's no option right now. Nothing stops this train, is the old phrase. You're either going to get run over by artificial intelligence, or you're going to be able to, or you're going to have to lean into it. And then we're going to have to change the system from within. Here's what I've learned. I've learned that in following the money, much of what we think is power, our voice, our freedom of speech, is in fact a kind of Colosseum in the Roman Empire to keep you entertained, while real power doesn't really care what you say and they pull the strings. But they do care what you do with your money. And so when you don't have much money, you've got to make sure that your money is a vote. And you're voting for your local farmers. You're voting for taking it out of the system to the best of your ability. And you pull it together, and we create parallel communities. What does that mean? We'll go through that at different parts each week. But at the same time, you've got you're either going to get run over or you're going to lean into it. And here's what I found. They don't mind a lot of people that have very little money and power that just shout and complain and say all the problems, because they know that it pacifies those that don't have the real influence. They capture everybody that achieves wealth, because wealth in itself is a capture mechanism, whether it's a debt, whether it's an equity to Silicon Valley, whether it's a ETF via a exchange traded fund, whether it's subordination through intellectual property and access to revenue sharing, whatever it may be. There is a subordination journey that the system takes us through. But what they don't want is they don't want people. So when they capture people, you become a part of the system. You may notice right now that there's a bit of an internal war between boomers that have real estate, that have 401ks, that are about to retire. They went through all the affordable housing into a mortgage that they could actually manage with their wage. And they ended up with a real estate that benefited from the system. And they ended up with assets that appreciated in value. And they're stuck in that system. They just want to retire without the crash. They don't want real estate to go down, which makes it more affordable for everyone that missed it, because they're captured into the system. And so everything is about maintaining the status quo. And that's a fewer and fewer number of people. And the closer you are to the money printer, the more likely you are to be a trillionaire, because you've got access to the creation of fiat currency, and you can issue the debt that subordinates all, so that you end up with all the hard assets and everyone else ends up with the debt. That's how structurally this system is designed, as I've been sharing for over 2 decades now. But what they don't want is people that are sovereign and wealthy and are not captured into the system, because their wealth doesn't depend upon preserving the status quo. That's a real danger. And I found myself in a position of that, where the more I was able to remove these artificial subordination mechanisms, that you can become quite dangerous, because most people are captured by the system, and so they just participate in the system. But it's actually those people that can buy the lobbies. It's actually those people that can invest in the real movements. It's those people that can actually support their local communities, invest in their local communities, actually make a real difference in terms of their influence and their power and their connections. It's actually those people that are the ones that can make the biggest difference. And it's them that back the bottom up movements, the ones that don't have the capital yet. But they can empower the ones that are actually pooling tiny bits of money, building tiny decentralized communities. And if you look at every resistance movement, it was sponsored by real capital, because those that were just there at the bottom with no capital, no influence, and no resources, they were just being pacified with their freedom of speech. But it was when capital actually comes and co-opts them, and either that capital is good capital or bad capital, it either wants to break the system or maintain the status quo. And I think it's in building sovereign wealth, country level, corporate level, individual level, more particularly, that you can actually back the real things, the real movements that need the capital. And it's these people that are wealthy and willing to speak out that are the ones they don't want. And there's very few of them. So I want more and more of them. And I think that's what we're building here. In fact, the whole system is designed to make sure that you're on one side of this K-shaped economy. School teaches you compliance because school was designed to build factory workers in an industrial age. It wasn't designed to create critical thinkers. It wasn't designed to create people that were outside of the system. It was designed to put you in the system. It was designed to put you in a uniform where you comply. And in that compliance structure, it was sponsored. The curriculum is sponsored by those that wanted you to comply. Then as you go further along, you get into university and education. And we know what that is. I went through that journey. I thought I wanted to create business. And instead, I ended up thinking that, okay, maybe I'll go to university first. 3 years in university today is probably the difference between life and death. Like if you spent the next 3 years mastering and leaning into the areas that the entire globe is turning itself upside down for right now, which is artificial intelligence. Let's face it, nothing stops this. They've won. But what did we learn from Bitcoin? That what the establishment want when they realized we had an open source project where people could exit the system is they created Wall Street financial wrappers so that you give them your Bitcoin, and then they try and make debt instruments and equity instruments and all sorts of instruments to keep the Bitcoin while you get the paper Bitcoin. But those that used Bitcoin in self-custody were the ones that were actually able to influence the system, the ones that actually became sovereign. And they all disappeared one by one. I know many of them. I know hundreds of thousands in my network that became millionaires. I know hundreds that became billionaires. I went through that journey with them too. And it was in the university and college system that we're pushed into debt. Student credit cards, the desire to own real estate, but first you've got to take on your student loan. And with your student loan, this is the start of you becoming a collateralized debt obligation where you're the collateral, you are the product. And then at the end of it, you try and get yourself a job to pay down some of the interest on the debt. And then you are in a lifetime, and then you're trying to keep up with the Joneses because society is telling you who's going to be the most successful after college, university. It's a game of keeping up with the Joneses. And then you go for a better car and you do it on debt and you try and get your mortgage and then you're in debt and you just go through the debt cycle that some people never escape. But the boomers were able to benefit from all the appreciation in the asset, but they went through their whole life paying interest, servicing the bank. And then only if they were co-opted into the business system were they able to create a structure that allowed them to potentially get on the right side of the K-shaped economy. And then they're co-opted through capital. And once they're co-opted through capital, they can enter into these blackmail networks, these capital structures. They work for the investment bank. Rather than the retail bank, you end up working for the investment bank. And it starts through Silicon Valley, venture capital, private equity, and goes up through the whole structure. But it's all a subordination structure. And so university effectively just turns you into a collateralized debt obligation by design. They turn economists into debt dealers. They create false dichotomies between socialism, capitalism, communism, all creations of Western ideology. And they don't teach you that stuff. They teach doctors to be drug dealers. They want you a subscription service. Everything they teach was sponsored by those that wanted you to subscribe and be debt slaves. And that's the fact, that's the workers that they're creating at these college and university systems. Now, maybe you break the cycle and you get into business, but then you end up in Silicon Valley and you're selling yourself for equity and then you're in the subordination structure. But if you end up in an employee, what happens? By design, the central banking system, by design, is designed it obfuscates inflation, where your wages never go up at the same rate of inflation. So when your wages are stuck here and inflation is going up here, then you're subsidizing the difference through debt. Maybe if you, depending on how skilled you are, it's a second job or a third job. Maybe you lose your job. Then you got a disaster, and that disaster means that you can't afford your medical bill. You can't afford the deposit. So it depends on how you play that game, how far down this cycle you go. But your wages are structurally designed to not increase at the same rate as inflation unless you comply and go up the corporate ladder. But this is to push you into the K-shaped economy, because what they want is they want you to have an education that makes you work for a company where your wages are not growing at the same rate of inflation, so that the more you earn, the more debt you can take on. And you just feed the bank, you feed the interest, until eventually, if you get above it, you give them to the financial institution to manage your pension, forced into that. And then they manage your money for you and they get the voting power in capital. Or you end up taking on more debt, or you end up investing. And it's only in those that are able to get themselves in a position where they spend less than they earn, then they create a consumption economy. And that consumption economy drives people in two directions. You either fall for the psyop and you're more important spending money on Botox, buying your Gucci handbags, making sure that you've got the Ferrari, trying to look like you're richer than you are. Maybe if you are playing a certain game, you end up going down the private jet routes. But no matter how wealthy you get, no matter how good your job is, it's all an optical illusion to drive you deeper into the consumption economy. They want you subscribing to everything. They want you subscribing to therapy. They want you subscribing to antidepressants. They poison your food. They want you unfit, unhealthy, addicted to drugs. This is structurally how the system works. This was to sell more oil through the petrochemical industry, through the Rockefellers, the drugs and the chemicals and the fertilizers. We're seeing that right now more than ever. With the closure of the Strait of Hormuz, we're saying, all right, so some people can't eat if they don't get these petrochemicals. Some people don't get their drugs because it's all built upon this oil and energy industry. So we're driven into two directions once we come down this. We either consume and end up a collateralized debt obligation where all of our credit card debt is for meaningless things to drive the consumption economy, or we drive it into assets and hopefully those assets beat inflation and we get ahead of the curve. But fewer and fewer people do. And so the consumption economy, because it's built upon a debt-based Ponzi scheme, is structurally designed to have that K-shaped economy. The rich get richer and the poor get poorer. The more access to debt to acquire the assets, the more likely you are to be able to get on the right side of the K-shaped economy. If you then use that debt in order to look like they want you to look in order to keep up with the Joneses, then you end up a collateralized debt obligation, pretending to be rich, posting on social media so that everyone thinks that you're doing better than you are, while you're in the gig economy trying to figure out where the next paycheck comes from. Each one makes you less sovereign. That is the design of the system. And sovereign, less sovereign, because fewer and fewer people control the capital at the top. And your job in being sovereign is to take away, to go along that spectrum and take away some of these structural dependencies. There are people right now that are sending their children to university, a dead system, where they're selling you these degrees to countries that have been indoctrinated into what that degree will do for you, that turns you into this cycle. Rather than spending the next 3 years getting as much income, skilling yourself to help businesses or people adjust to what's happening in this AI. Because really, we're moving towards, look at the growth in the American economy right now. The entire growth is AI in data centers and all the structural energy and manufacturing that's coming from that. If you take out the AI trade from last year, there was zero growth in America. And now they create an energy crisis to make you sell your assets, because if you got ahead of this curve and you had some assets, they're now creating a cost of living crisis to make you sell your assets. And then they're putting you in tax traps, jurisdictional tax traps, where there's nothing left. They're engineering collapsing of various markets so that you end up having to pay unrealized gains, taxes on assets that you haven't sold. So you have to sell those assets. They're even doing it right now in the case of the UK. Watch the UK as a case study. They're doing, in the name of pretending that they're helping renters, they're making it where every tenant is a tenant for life. And the only way you can take them out of that tenancy agreement is to demonstrate that you're going to either live in the house or sell the house, with an unrealized tax probably to follow every year, just for owning real estate, where you need to sell the real estate to BlackRock, State Street, and Vanguard. And guess what? Those with the corporate structure, with the institution, the things that I spent my life setting up, the things that people that I know that beat the game, that remain sovereign, they have access to the loopholes that mean that you don't need to do this. And if you don't play that game, you're just a collateralized debt obligation for the power. And that's where they want you. They don't want people that are sovereign, wealthy, and dangerous. And that's where I think we change the system, because there's no beating the system without the sovereign power. And so they want you locked into jurisdictional tax situations where you can't leave, because you're paying the interest on your debt in an asset that is stuck to the ground, that forces you to stay a continual tax slave of that country, where you're saving in a fiat currency that's going down lower and lower and lower, and you're getting on the wrong side of the K-shaped economy. This is modern day slavery. They never abolished slavery. They just changed the game with the central banking system. And people in the global south that are impacted by all of this resource extraction to drive this consumption economy, they're in a really bad position. You know, all of their assets are being pirated by this same system. We're seeing that around the war zones. And then the people over here that are meant to be in the developed countries, the rich countries, they benefit from all the cheap resources that were stolen from those that were never able to benefit from their resources thanks to these IMF systems. And now they're not be able to keep up because of the K-shaped economy. So they're saying, why don't I go over there? Because no one's playing the game right, because they're not sat down. No one actually gave them the tools that they need to be sovereign. I had to figure them out. It was only because of Bitcoin that it gave me the breathing space to figure this out. It was only because I was investing in so many companies, or I was building a business that used jurisdictional arbitrage. The only reason I figured that out is because I got chased out of my country, because the regulators didn't want us to build a non-fractional reserve bank. Now, that's a blessing in disguise. If that hadn't have happened, we wouldn't have figured out how to use jurisdictional arbitrage in order to play the game of the wealthy. And that would have been a very different thing, a very different journey. And so sometimes what you have to do is you have to lean into the system, and you have to play the game in order to change it on the other side. Now, sometimes you can take your small amount of money and just exit, and you need to do that every month. Here's the secret. Here's the secret they don't want you to know. They want you to believe that wealth is about gambling and picking the next cryptocurrency and playing on a prediction market or building an OnlyFans business. They want you believing that you need to make all your money in a year, when here's the reality. Most people vastly overestimate what they can do in 1 year and underestimate what they can do in a decade. if you decide to commit to a sovereign wealth plan, as long as this channel has existed since Bitcoin was $3, I've told people own more Bitcoin this month than the previous month. When the price goes down, you get more Bitcoin for your fiat currency. When the price goes up, you feel wealthier in fiat value, and then you can use that in order to build your sovereign strategy. I've been saying that for as long as this YouTube channel existed, when Bitcoin existed, and I was even saying it before then, but with different assets. It would have been gold or whatever in those days as well. So they want you having a 1-year plan rather than a 10-year plan, because what it requires to build sovereign wealth, it requires a long-term plan. There's no speeding this up. When I was chased out of the UK because they wouldn't give us our license and we had to move to Hong Kong, and the only regulator that would give us a license that we needed to play, to engage with Bitcoin companies was Cayman Island. And when I realized how Cayman Island works and what it's for and what Hong Kong is for, where there are jurisdictions that deliberately facilitate, you learn the structures of the wealthy, and they don't want you to know those things because that makes you sovereign. That makes you dangerous. That makes you wealthy and outside the system. They want you subordinate to the system. So when I think about it, and I want to go through just 3 more things before we start doing the AMA, and then we're going to play one of my interviews later. For those that want to, I'll continue doing those. I wanted to cover 3 things that, in my observation and my journey, leads to you either being less sovereign or more sovereign. And these 3 things, I could create whole courses on each individual one of them if we do that together, and maybe answering your questions, we'll do that. Maybe I'll lean into AI, and AI will be able to pull all this content together into something very useful. In fact, we'll do that on simondixon.com. Again, no business model, no upsell. I don't need it. I've figured this stuff out that I'm teaching you to make sure that I'm never in the position that I was in when I started 25 years ago. A debt slave to the system, educated to the hilt, good career, ambition, but just not knowing the rules. And having to lose a shit ton of money in order to understand the rules. And even almost going into bankruptcy, defaulting on my debt in order to accumulate assets. And making every single mistake under the sun. So I can share that with you, because here's the thing. On social media, they're going to hold you like making mistakes and doing things badly is a bad thing. The more mistakes you make, the more wiser you get. But at the same time, there are people out there that can show you the mistakes, and you'll probably still make them, but at least you can come back and understand that comes from real wisdom, real experience. It's often in our most painful experiences that we learn the biggest lessons. And sometimes you need to learn that way. But hopefully I can make a difference, because I made a lot of mistakes in that 25-year journey. And I want to continue doing that. So what are those 3 things that make the difference between sovereign and non-sovereign? Again, it's a spectrum. You cannot get this perfect. You can only get more sovereign or less sovereign. And you can ask yourself that question every day, every week, every month. Are my actions making me less sovereign or more sovereign? And it will be a continual journey as well. One is your liabilities. How do you accumulate your assets, your wealth, your consumption? And there's only a few ways in which you can do it. Outside of income, which would be another question, you either take on debt. And when you take on debt, I want you to understand debt for what it is. It is a mechanism for levering you. And you need to get that right. You need to get that right. Because if you are in debt to the kilter, you are not sovereign. You are a collateralized debt obligation for the financial industrial complex, and you are the collateral. And they'll take your home, they'll take everything. So debt is one mechanism. Whoever writes the check controls that part of your sovereignty. Your house is not your house. Your house is owned by the bank, and you're able to rent it in exchange for paying your interest through a mortgage. And whether that's a tracker or a fixed mortgage determines what the affordability of that is for you. And that's a debt trap. It always has been a debt trap. What about equity? Equity is the mechanism for productizing your assets and selling shares so that other people can put capital into a company, securitization, and then they get a piece of the upside, and it's a profit share, as it were, or it's a upside and downside share. The value is accrued in the shares, but they get a voting right, non-voting or voting, and how you structure it. How you structure your debt and equity depends upon the amount of leverage and how sovereign you are. There's not an amount of money that anyone could lend me right now because I've got all of the value in the equity where the assets are paying me enough to never need to borrow again. But if I ever do, and I did once, and some people will know, I spent 2.5 years supporting 650,000 victims of the Celsius bankruptcy because I thought it would be a good idea to take a tiny percentage of my Bitcoin and give it to a structure called Celsius and experiment with borrowing against it. I put significantly more capital in there, and then I decided to put some more Bitcoin to pay the interest as well. It was a tiny percentage of my wealth. For some people, it was 100% of their wealth. That company was a fraud. It went into bankruptcy. I ended up the top 10 creditor. $45 million worth of Bitcoin in that bankruptcy case. And fortunately for me, it was an experiment. For others, it was everything. Like my father, when he lost all his savings, that took many people down to zero. They lost all their Bitcoin from it. And so equity is another mechanism for being subordinate to those that own the shares. And you have to play that game right. You have to understand it right. Other things are profit share contracts. Maybe you have intellectual property and you decide that somebody's going to get a profit share in it before some kind of contractual relationship. Now, debt means that there is no shared responsibility. Debt is higher in the cap table. You know, it's normally higher than equity holders. And profit sharing agreement can be contractually above debt or equity. But understanding those three things, you need to understand what equity do you hold, what debt do you hold, who do you own it to, and who are you subordinate to? And what is your plan for either being comfortable with that relationship or becoming more sovereign? There's share buybacks, there's various other things, but you need to understand these different mechanisms. That's concept number one that determines how sovereign you are. As I said, it's a spectrum. Concept number two is jurisdiction. Most people are born in a country, they have the same country as their passport. If they set up a company, they set up their company in that country. If they have a job, they have that job in that country. They decide that they're going to become a taxpayer in that country. Maybe it's corporate tax and they can play the game, or it's income tax, or it's capital gains, inheritance tax, all the different types of tax. Now wealth tax, now exit tax, tax. Some people just say, because I was born in a country, I'm going to do all of that in one country. That is designed to keep you connected and stuck and non-sovereign to one jurisdiction. Then it depends on what's the legal process in that country. Then it depends how useful that passport is. Does that passport allow you to travel freely? Or is it one heck of a process? Or does it leave you into sanctions and all sorts of seizure of assets? That's luck. But when you become more sovereign, you're able to pick your passport. Now, that's a rich person's game, granted. Sometimes you can use jurisdictional arbitrage in order to purchase assets, and it gives you access to legal and tax arbitrage and various other things. It's a lifetime journey. In my journey, I was born in the UK, but across all the different structures that I've used in my lifetime, Hong Kong, Cayman Islands, British Virgin Islands, Isle of Man, Mauritius, El Salvador, different types of jurisdictions over the time. Because sometimes one jurisdiction is great for one thing, But what do the wealthy do? They're a reason why they're a loophole from the system. Just as they want you to put your Bitcoin in an ETF and hold it in custody, but they don't want you to hold it in self-custody, the wealthy still allow self-custody to exist because they want to use it. It's their escape valve. It gives them portability to go to any jurisdiction they want as they become more sovereign. And you use that power in order to negotiate a better situation. Now, initially, you can only do a few things. But over time, maybe you start by just structuring your life as a business in a low-cost jurisdiction. You separate where you pay tax, where you hold your assets, where you work. You locate yourself where there's lower costs. You earn income where there's higher costs online. And you use jurisdictional arbitrage in order to make sure that you're able to accumulate assets. And you're able to be given, there's different things, different jurisdictions come with different breakdown. If you go to UAE, you know that the game is that your freedom of speech is cartelled. You don't go to UAE to campaign against the monarchy. You go to UAE because you get all the benefits of UAE. And you stay in UK if you want speech. But what do they mind? They don't mind you having speech as long as you have no power. They don't want you to have speech when you can actually make a difference and you have sovereign power. Those are the dangerous ones. And so they tie you into a jurisdiction and compensate you with speech because you become a debt and tax slave and you're locked into that jurisdiction and you're not able to play the sovereign game. That's the second thing. The liabilities and who you're subordinate to, the jurisdiction, and you can't change that. I am subordinate to various jurisdictions, but I make sure that I optimize the jurisdiction for the different areas that are right for different goals. And that's a long journey. The next is the mix between income and assets. How do you earn your income? Do you earn your income from one job? Do you earn your income in the gig economy? Do you earn income in one currency? Which currency? The jurisdiction and their currency policy and the central bank that sets that currency policy will make a significant difference. Are you taking that income and are you ending up with more debt? Is that debt buying assets or is it consuming? Are you spending less than you earn and investing the different in assets? Because I only know one way to beat the system is to own the assets that outperform inflation. Your bank should only have, 3 months of emergency? You know it's going to lose value. The system is designed where your wages underperform inflation and the money at the bank, any interest you receive, makes you poorer. That's a safety net. Is that bank levering up your funds or is it a community bank? Is it helping your community? Is it a credit union? Do you become a part of the union or are you just using a big multinational bank that's making you poorer and you're thinking that the money in the bank is getting you further ahead because you're adding to it every month and you realize you're getting poorer every month? Is your assets in the system? Who's the custodian? Who's the counterparty? Am I making Michael Saylor wealthy? Am I making BlackRock wealthy? Or am I keeping that in self-custody where I can port it wherever I want to go? What assets? What do they protect me from? These are the sovereign questions. Am I going to be in a position where I'm exposed to one eventuality? Who am I supporting with that? What is my cash flow? Now, what I want to do in this subject, and this is going to be the last thing before we start taking some of the AMA. If you want to ask a question, Azad's going to jump in soon. And we're going to be taking those questions on YouTube. And you have to be a subscriber to my YouTube channel. So head over to YouTube, go over to Simon Dixon. You'll find my YouTube channel. Find this live video and go over to the live chat, subscribe, and then you'll be able to ask a question and we'll pick some out. We'll find better ways of doing this over time. We'll take your suggestions. One of the books that I read, which made a massive difference for me, and you can read this book or not, or I can give you the summary, or you can use AI in order to get a summary. And this is why you got to lean into AI. You can learn anything now. I read a book, and again, some people think when you recommend a book, it means you're advocating. one thing I really want you to do is get rid of celebrity worship. Celebrity worship is another form of subordination. Like, we have people that help us in life, but sometimes it goes over the top where they become gurus and it becomes some kind of institutional structure that makes you sovereign to that celebrity worship. Very deliberate structure. And so I read a book by a guy called Robert Kiyosaki called The Cash Flow Quadrant. Me reading that book doesn't mean I suddenly start worshiping the guy and, you know, hanging on. And no one should be doing that with me as well. You should question things that I say. But there is a culture which was very deliberate and a deliberate of always looking to other people. There is respect for people's work, but we are but humans, imperfect humans. And we all will disappoint you with some of our views and our imperfections. But I read a book by a guy called Robert Kiyosaki called The Cash Flow Quadrant. And I reviewed it recently and realized that was the journey that I went through very specifically. I'm going to summarize it for you. It talks about how income is generated through 4 quadrants. One of them is employment. And so most people start there. They build their experience through their first job. But you become the least sovereign in that situation. Then you move to what's called self-employed. That's where you may have a consulting company or you have more than one client. And I went through that journey. So I built my experience in becoming a T-boy as a stockbroker. Then I got a job working as a market maker on the London Stock Exchange, learned trading. And then I worked in corporate finance to learn how raising finance capital markets work and the different games that kind of laid a lot of my experience into understanding how the system works. But then I went out and took that experience and structured it. This was before artificial intelligence, where now you can effectively use artificial intelligence to become, you know, multiple different types of incomes by leaning into the artificial intelligence trade. We've all got to do that right now. The economy is being split into 2. It is the laborers that are building the AI infrastructure, whether that be energy, whether that be metal refinement, whether that be building data centers. That's all the growth. The whole world is being flipped upside down on every commodity, rare earth mineral, semiconductor chip, a component, helium that cools the chip, the whole infrastructure, building the buildings that host these data centers, the water supplies, the rare earth minerals, all the metals, the software, the energy, the electricity, the renewable energy, the wind energy, the solar energy, the hydro energy, the nuclear energy, the electricity, the different types of applications that are being built on top of it. We flipped the whole economy to lean into that. And those that are building the software and utilizing it in order to become more productive. There is every single business in the world that needs to adjust to that reality, and every individual that needs to adjust to that reality. And you're either helping people and businesses adjust to that reality, but you need to earn your income through follow the money where everything is going. That's where all the money is going right now. The hard laborers that are building that, and they are going to replace it all. It's going to be artificial intelligence and robotics that removes all the human capital. That's either going to take us to a world where we end up in a utopia, where money becomes less relevant and technology serves us, or it's going to have both, where we enter into a dystopian world on universal basic income, building a police and surveillance state. But I remember the Bitcoin experiment. That's what happened to those that ended up in custody. But those that held Bitcoin in self-custody, using Bitcoin as it was designed, running nodes, got to fight back against the system by exiting the system. The same will happen in artificial intelligence. Running our own LLMs, taking away censorship from those powers that want to use it for a police and surveillance state, and building the parallel localized communities that are able to take advantage of that with these localized parallel economies that Bitcoin and Lightning Network will empower and allow people to exit the system. We're going to have to go through all of that together, investing in the farmers, the supply chains, and everything. But that's about building a self-governed community, self-employed, looking around you. Firstly, it starts with you. Am I building more sovereign power for myself or less sovereign power every day? Then it goes to your family. Are we collectively the decision of who you marry and the children you bring up is probably one of the most biggest decisions you'll ever make. You can either go down a divorce, something that takes away significant assets from you, something that drains you and mentally destroys you because you made that wrong decision. I was blessed. Myself and my wife, we became a team. We built everything together. We had nothing in the beginning. We were in debt together, and we became sovereign and independent and financially free together. And that decision of that teamwork is probably one of the biggest decisions you'll ever make, one of the biggest assets and decisions. What is it that you need to become in order to be a key asset of the type of marriage that will not just double, quadruple, but infinitely expand your ability to become sovereign? And so the income comes from employed, then self-employed. Then what happens is, and I went through that journey. So I left investment banking in 2006, and I started to go into monetary reform. My initial go was to help students change the financial system from within the system. And I would provide consulting contracts, advice, various other things, build wealth. Took me to the first Bitcoin conference, ended up deeper and deeper into debt, as I said, but defaulted on some of my debt, bought my first Bitcoin, and then made a pledge that I will pay myself first whenever I get that income, and that income will go into building assets that outperform inflation. And at some time I was worse. Sometimes I made bad investments, but every single month I ended up with more assets. And initially started with an asset where I could do it with $10, and then $100 and $1,000 and $10,000, then $100,000 as your assets expand, or wherever you get, wherever you go. But eventually you need to put yourself in that position. Once you're there, once you succeed in the self-employed game, you can start to build a business structure. And that business structure is to build assets that generate income. And build assets that help you build a system that works without you. And that's what a business is. And so initially, that business was meant to be a non-fractional reserve bank. It ended up being a system for helping people accumulate wealth in Bitcoin, invest in Bitcoin companies, create lots of different structured products that helped the sector. I didn't even realize it, but we actually at Bank to the Future ended up creating the BlackRock for Bitcoin companies. We ended up with the voting rights. We ended up supporting shareholders in structures that they couldn't get access to. But we tried to do it for good rather than evil. But eventually we realized that was taking us down, building the police and surveillance state, because it was getting us deeper and deeper into subordination structures. The companies that we invested in became Coinbase, became Robinhood, became Kraken, became Bitfinex, who created Tether. These are like multi-billion-dollar companies. Like, we invested $2.5 billion across the decade to support the industry. And as those companies became public, they became slaves to their shareholders. They owned less of their company, and they ended up serving the agenda of Wall Street. They ended up, working for the financial industrial complex. They ended up Bitcoin treasury companies. They ended up creating stable coins. And guess where it took you? Because the solution was Bitcoin and self-custody all along, you end up always trying to find a way of creating a product on top of Bitcoin that no one needed. So it will either be a new shitcoin, it will either be a new mechanism for getting people to custody their Bitcoin with you. It would be a Bitcoin treasury company, a new form of whatever it may be. And I saw that journey. And that's why I ended up selling the company, the operating company. But we ended up keeping the assets to manage them for our community and network, our family office, as it were. Used all the different things in our own sovereign journey. But that business ended up becoming the fourth quadrant, investor. An investor is where you own enough assets to cover all your income, where you then become an investor and everyone's pitching you for finance. And everyone's trying to get you to invest in their debt or their equity or their profit share or their farm or their community project. And that's where everyone needs to be truly sovereign. And that's the same for a business and the same for a country. Now, most people do that in reverse. They end up subordinate to Wall Street. They end up buying assets that make them more subordinate, taking on more debt. And the more debt you have, the more you're in control, the more someone can structurally rug pull you, the more you can use leverage in order to make more. But that's the gambling trap. And that's how they get you. And that's where they can rug pull you. So employed, self-employed, business, investor. That's the quadrant. And over those 25 years, I went through that position where I can be on YouTube right now and I can turn the monetization off. Someone can come to me right now and say, Simon, I'd like you to push into Bitcoin treasury companies or get them to do Bitcoin backed loans. And I can say no. Someone can come to me and say, hey, why don't you push everyone into this business? And I can say, no, I just want to say what's right. Someone can say, hey, why don't you use your YouTube channel to pitch people into your business? And that's what everybody is doing. No monetization, no sponsorship, no upsell, no business. I've been through the journey where I had to do that. You have to do that when you have fiduciary duty to shareholders. And everybody does as you go through this journey. But the end result is to become where you have sovereign wealth. And that's a journey. That's at least a 10-year project. But it starts with simple. What's the one thing I can do today? I need to put myself in a position where I spend less than I earn. And even if it's $10, rather than paying the debt, I buy $10 worth of Bitcoin. And then go from there. And initially you'll buy Bitcoin the wrong way. You'll put it in the wrong structure. You'll end up getting hacked. You'll invest it in a shitcoin accidentally. You get it wrong. And that's the journey that we go through in sovereign wealth building. But you have no choice. You're either going to end up on the right side of this trend, or you're going to end up where they want you to go. And where they want you to go is a dark place. As I've often shared on this podcast each and every week. And I can take you down the darkest places because I know how all those structures work. Because I don't listen to the shit they're selling me. I don't listen to the media. I don't listen to politicians lying to us. I don't listen to the celebrities that are trying to get me to purchase something because they're sponsored by an agenda or pushing me down a particular business path or using the algorithm to say the right thing, or at the very worst, blackmailed by Jeffrey Epstein and a similar blackmail network, having to work for a lobby because they need to get their check, because they're stuck in the non-sovereign system, exactly where they want you to be. Rich and in their system, or poor and in their system, but not rich and sovereign. That's how we change the financial industrial complex. That's how we take on the military industrial complex. That's how we create the alternative decentralized technology that takes on the technical industrial complex. That's how we win. We win with our money. Now, eventually we'll end up in a system where maybe money's irrelevant. And maybe the transition between that is that AI uses programmable money, but we know where it goes. Central bank digital currencies, stable coins, or you will own nothing and be happy giving BlackRock your system. And what is BlackRock doing? They're creating IOUs every day, $14 trillion of IOUs with $25 trillion of Aladdin technology to manipulate markets. But what's on their balance sheet? Actual assets, real estate. commodities, the actual Bitcoin. What are the central banks doing? They're printing money so that they end up with the gold. They're dumping the treasuries all around the world right now. The Fed is going to be the last buyer of the treasuries, and that's your share of the national debt. And that's going to create more inflation, and that's going to drive your wages lower until they engineer an energy crisis where you can't afford anything. That's what this global reset is. They want you to sell your assets because they want your assets, and they want you to have an IOU so that you are a slave to their system. And that's what we need to resist against. And it starts small. And that's what we need to build together. And so those are all the different introductory concepts. Now, over the weeks ahead, I could take just one of those and dig deep. But I want to do that with you. So why don't we spend the rest of this time? Azad's going to jump in right now, and he's going to pull out some of your questions. And we'll figure out better systems for maybe voting on questions in the future. Maybe we'll figure out all sorts of stuff together. Please do give your feedback. This is a test and start of the journey. And then in part 2, I'll give you some of my interviews as usual in case you want to catch up and figure out how the system works. So Azad, let's pull out the first question.
All right, question from Ron Ohems. What do you think about the accelerating development of AI and robotics and how they influence the job market and therefore the economy?
Yep, so I covered that a little bit in my intro, but we're definitely moving into a police and surveillance state where every job is going to be replaced by AI and robotics. And we're going through a transitionary phase right now. And even if that doesn't happen, even if you're skeptical about it, if you spent the next 3 years, rather than going to college or university, leaning into understanding everything about AI and robotics or a niche. So maybe you're a specialist in marketing. So specialize in marketing AI for a particular area and help your sector, your particular area, and you just add additional income or whatever it may be. And you use AI in order to become more productive, nothing stops that. If you're going to be one of those people that fight against this trend, you're going to get run over. There's no fighting against it. You have to utilize it because the greatest powers in the world are driving us in that direction. Now, we can make it more decentralized. We can create communities that beat the system. But there's nothing that stops it. You have to become an expert in utilizing your skills with AI and robotics, whatever your skills may be. And you need to start today. Because there's only going to be 2 types of people. Those that know how to utilize AI and robotics, and those that are slaves to AI and robotics. And trust me, they're not going to treat you well. Elon might call it a universal high income, but let's call it what it is. A stable coin, programmable money, police and surveillance state where you get just enough income to serve the very same system that you've always served. And that's why you need to develop at least 3 years, 10-year strategy to leaning into that. It changes everything. And you definitely can't be one of those people that protests thinking that you can stop it happening or you can regulate it. Nothing stops this. You've got the Chinese Communist Party. You know what? There's even a structural rug pull built into the system. The entire US economy grew just on building data centers. No growth. It would have been almost negative growth without data centers. Then we know that the capex that they're spending, the billions of dollars that broke the private credit market, the IPOs that are now, all the private investors are getting all the returns. And when they IPO, it's going to be $1 trillion above for Anthropic or OpenAI. They're doing $1 trillion secondary market trades, knowing that they're going to dump all of that stock. Why? Because what's around the corner? China has built an AI ecosystem that works on Huawei connected to DeepSeek. that can get 90% of the same result at 9 times more efficient and less cost. All of that capex cost is structurally ready to be rug pulled. And they're going to build in fiscal dominance growth based upon an AI economy that structurally doesn't work. It's just like the gold market right now. Shanghai is ending up with all the gold. London is losing all of the gold because they built derivative contracts where there is significantly more IOU gold and IOU Bitcoin and IOU silver than there is the real thing. And the only way they keep that scam going is by building ETFs where you don't ask for the actual asset, but the central bank gets it and BlackRock gets it because they know that it's going to be rug pulled. They know that. They want you to have the IOUs while they have the real asset. And laws being written in order to do that one day. Structurally, the reason that sanctions exist, the reason they still want sanctions on Iran and sanctions on Russia is because if you want to buy oil from a sanctioned country, you have to use gold. That gold and those corridors exist in UAE and Hong Kong. Those go to Shanghai. And the way that they get there is you take your dollars, if you're trying to buy Russian or Iranian oil at a discount, and you buy gold. And those sanctions circumvention corridors exist via UAE for Iran. And we're meant to believe that they're at war with each other right now. Because they end up in Shanghai, who doesn't have any paper contracts. And they have capital controls to ensure that the gold stays in Shanghai, but they give you an integration into SIPs. And 110 countries have integrated into the Chinese payment system so that they can get their imports from China playing this arbitrage trade, knowing that when China wants to rug pull the West, when transnational capital that is all aligned, when transnational capital wants to rug pull the West, they've got the AI trade and the gold. And America and the West and London and New York have the derivatives and the IOU contracts and the expensive capital expenditure, artificial intelligence. Now, China doesn't want to rug pull the economy right now, but why do you think they're transitioning the world to multipolarity? Because while the world thinks that America's dominating the world, transnational capital is asset stripping the West. And that's why everything's getting worse in the West. And they're saying we're going to use the global South as our labor, and transnational capital that comes from the country that has the currency that is devalued in order to make their exports cheaper and is selling their treasuries to invest in the global South through the Belt and Road Initiative, has their currency effectively backed by gold, while the West has their currency backed by debt. And therefore, the only thing left is to build a police and surveillance state on programmable stablecoins, social credit scores, and artificial intelligence. Which is why the Trump administration works for that technical industrial complex. And that's why everything's going to get worse in the West. It does not get better. You have to be on the right side of the K-shaped economy. And you have to use jurisdictional arbitrage, and you have to diversify your wealth over time as you go through this sovereign journey that we can go through together. So what do I think about AI and robotics? It changes everything, and you need to adjust to it today. And even if what I think happens doesn't happen, you'll be way more prepared on the other side as if you take it seriously. And when they want to structurally rug pull, Shanghai's already built all the infrastructure. If they want to take down the US military right now, they just say no rare earths, done. And transnational capital's on board with it. That's why they're diversifying all the capital to the countries that have the commodities, the rare earths, and allowing them to build their own mix, fix, and ticks. Military industrial complex, financial industrial complex, and technical industrial complex. Diversified around the world. What else has UAE got? It's come out of OPEC. That kills the petrodollar. It's also got access to the Federal Reserve dollars, FX swap line, so it doesn't have to sell its debt or equity. That is the death of the petrodollar system. It also built a system to circumvent SWIFT called Enbridge, which was created by the Bank for International Settlement, that connects together through central bank digital currencies China, Hong Kong, UAE, Saudi Arabia, and Thailand. And through the gold markets, that connects to the rug pull infrastructure in the West, the gold markets, and the sanctioned countries. That's why they're utilizing what we're witnessing right now to create a global reset. Why? Because they need to justify the money printing. They're pricing everybody out of the market. The poor drop off through famines. The middle class get priced out of all their assets and they sell their assets. And the concentration of wealth goes up to those that control the assets. And then what are they going to do? They're going to launch a universal basic income powered by robotics and artificial intelligence for the rest. But in order to do that, they need to engineer a manufactured crisis. So they're repricing 50 commodities by closing the Strait of Hormuz after COVID, after the Russia-Ukraine energy crisis, after the global financial crisis, after long-term capital management, after the dot-com boom and bust, which concentrated all the wealth into the financial industrial complex, into the FIC. And they know what the end game is. The Fed buys all the treasuries that every central bank is selling right now. The Fed buys them through the big print, and that big print needs a story. What is the story? For national security, because China is creating artificial intelligence at a fraction of the cost. We need to print $7 to $10 trillion in order to win the AI race and put data centers in space so that you can fund your police and surveillance state. And that big print will bail out because there is a structural rug pull beat into the system. DeepSeek just raised finance at $45 billion. OpenAI needs to sell a subscription and raise finance. And what are they doing? They're doing secondary trades at $1 trillion for something that is 9 times less efficient than the infrastructure they built on China that works off renewable energy as well, every type of energy. So why did they push up the price of oil right now? So that everyone can diversify, sell the oil expensively, price everyone out of the market, and do the global reset. You think they want the Strait open? There's a deal already negotiated, but there are powers in different structures that don't want a deal to be done because they're manufacturing this crisis and this global reset right now. And the next year is going to be rough, really rough. And so you need to lean into this AI and you need to lean into this robotics and you need to increase your income and you need to hold it in hard assets. And it starts today. Own more Bitcoin this month than last month, and then we'll work up from there. Figure out diversification, jurisdiction, all the other things, arbitrage. But get this right. Because they want you in a position where you're outsourcing all of this to artificial intelligence.
All right, this is a question from Rafa. Since it seems inevitable that the big print is coming, wouldn't it be better to keep some depreciating liability like a mortgage instead of using Bitcoin or gold to pay it off?
So a mortgage sits in 2 places. It is your security and your home. Most people think of the place that they live in as an asset. I don't. Once you own it, maybe it's an asset to you. But to me, it is security. And so is your house going to outperform Bitcoin? These are all the different structural questions that you need to figure out. But to me, I'd be building an asset pool depending on where you're starting. I can't give generic financial advice. Everyone's got different situations, different liabilities. Some are married, some aren't married. Some have got kids, some don't have kids. Some are in a country, some are in a war zone. Like, there's no such thing as generic advice like this. But the fact that you're asking the question is the right question. And personally, I put assets into different buckets. You got spending, which consists of security and short-term needs. Then you have savings, which is an asset that outperforms inflation. And I use Bitcoin for that. Then you have investing. Investing is introducing counterparty risk in order to hedge a certain risk and achieve a system where if your savings are gone, you have multiple different outcomes. Some people might put real estate in there. I think people can get there, but they need to get more simple initially. And then you have contribution. I personally believe that allocating your capital for good may not be the best investment initially in terms of financial raw hard numbers, but it has a spiritual deposit that gives you 10 times return by allocating your money for good rather than using it for evil and bad. Sometimes you will need to use the products of evil in order to exit the system. I personally you can use a couple of strategies. One, you can leverage debt, knowing that you're making the bank richer and you're supporting the financial industrial complex, or you can do it where you exit the system. And Bitcoin in self-custody gives you that exit. I don't know what's right for you, but you have to make those decisions and you have to stick to a plan. And at this bare minimum, whatever your other plans are, have it where you own more Bitcoin in self-custody this month, for next month, for the next 10 years. Have an allocation for that.
Hi, what can average European do to avoid what is coming in EU, but still wants to stay within Europe, to move to Norway, Switzerland, or where?
Yeah, so I'm very bearish on the European Union. The European Union was a project for the Bank for International Settlements. And I believe the colonial techniques of the past from the last 400 years that were done across the different European empires and the American empire in a multipolar world are coming home. And so when you need to compensate the military for the fact that America and the European empire doesn't rule the world right now, you need to give transnational capital compensation for their military profits from war. War never stops. And the Russia the story, I believe, will continue for at least another 3 years in order to justify military profits. Particularly now Hungary has been regime changed, which Russia and Israel used to buy in order to get in the way of things like taking Russian money and sending it to Ukraine for the military industrial complex and the corrupt network that profits from war. There are countries which have sovereign wealth funds. Those sovereign wealth funds have been co-opted by the financial industrial complex. The most important one is the Norwegian Sovereign Wealth Fund. Now, in order to take those assets which they managed to keep, they put it in a sovereign wealth fund, and they're able to negotiate with transnational capital and become an important and influential node. For example, Norway were the first real money to boycott Israel. And they de-invested from all their Israeli investments. That's $2 trillion. That's real capital. That's real money. That makes a real difference. They have real influence. However, across Europe, they are implementing policies to asset strip the entire West. This is happening across America. This is happening across Europe. And even within Norway, they implemented a wealth tax. Now, wealth tax is designed so that people have to sell their assets every year in order to pay tax or borrow against their asset. So it has two impacts. It turns them into debt slaves if you borrow against your asset, or you end up selling it and then they buy those assets because you need to sell the asset in order to pay tax. That's happening across Norway. There are different jurisdictions. Netherlands doing the same thing. UK is at the final asset stripping stage. It effectively took significant money from the Qatari, UAE Sovereign Wealth Fund. There was campaigns to engineer religious and migration tensions. UAE was funding like anti-Islam stuff, while at the same time, the World Economic Forum was doing an open border policy. And then Elon Musk and the technical industrial complex were using algorithms to radicalize people, while Israel was paying nodes like Tommy Robinson in order to take those that are significantly impacted by the K-shaped economy and radicalize them into thinking it's the immigrants' fault, or it's the communists in China's fault, or it's the lefties' fault. And it wasn't any of those faults. It was the financial industrial complex that owns all the lobbies of the politicians, that is asset stripping and has a debt-based Ponzi scheme through the Bank of England, through the Bank for International Settlements, through the European Central Bank, and some of the countries like the Norwegian Krainer that managed to keep a degree of sovereignty, and then that sovereign wealth fund needed to be co-opted by the financial industrial complex in order to negotiate and be a node in transnational capital. So Norway is asset stripping the assets. Netherlands is doing the same thing. Why? Because it's an important node. Remember the Dutch disease, where the whole economy was focused on LNG, and then that killed all the other economies. They're doing the same with semiconductor chips in the semiconductor supply chain. Taiwan, South Korea, Netherlands, and the big consumers of the chips, which is China and America, which now they've built an ecosystem with plugged into Huawei chips. And America's about 5 years away with TSMC and the CHIPS Act to building out data centers across America. And then they acquired Intel in order to be chip independent before Taiwan's useless and then China can take it. Where in Europe is going to survive that? It's very tricky. Poland has decided to become a vassal for the technical industrial complex and the military industrial complex. There are jurisdictions like Spain where if you retire and you've already made it, they give you a degree of autonomy. Portugal has very favorable tax structures in terms of your worldwide wealth versus European wealth, but it's all bad across Europe. And so you need to put yourself in a position where you're in a country where you can utilize offshore structures, manufacture your business, a personal business, and where you can hold your wealth, you can diversify passports, and you can live within a country and build a decade-long strategy. There's a lot in there. I know that. But it ain't UK. UK is at the final stage of asset stripping. You can see what's happening in Norway. You can see what's happening in Netherlands. And you can see what's happening in Ukraine and anywhere they want to use in order to escalate that. Now, Germany's building an independent European military industrial complex. They're turning all the car manufacturing into weapons manufacturing. And so when transnational capital wants to diversify from the nationalistic military industrial complex in America, they're building nodes everywhere. And Germany has become the chosen one after its energy crisis. And what's happening right now? They're using Trump in order to get Europe to sign a $750 billion trade agreement, which involves buying $750 billion of energy from Cheniere Energy, Chevron Exxon, and Golden Pass, which, if you're familiar with my content, is 70% owned by Qatar Energy, 30% Exxon in terms of Golden Pass. And the refinement in Venezuela is going to be done in Texas via a company that is a subsidiary of Saudi Aramco in Saudi Arabia. And UAE is creating those money laundering networks for the black ops between the cheap oil, because what's happening right now, Europe is got no choice but to lean into Russia with its energy, build out renewables for BlackRock's portfolio companies. So it will lean into climate change and various other things. So there'll be expensive energy, but independent energy, so that the FIC can diversify, but they want to engineer a disastrous situation so they can accumulate assets on the cheap. I think that includes real estate crashes, but they want to still use the stock market to decouple from the economy and do that wealth So you're going to have worse pensions. You're going to have worse tax structures. You're going to have worse benefits in all these different areas. And UK is really the beta test. Netherlands the next one, and Norway's the only one that managed to maintain a significant sovereign wealth fund, while Germany is getting the military industrial complex manufacturing base. And then eventually, after years of extraction, there'll be a settlement and integration into BRICS. But Europe is set to be basically fully vassal, and the vassal is in the asset stripping stage. So unless you are free and sovereign through the exact strategies that I shared, then you just need a jurisdiction and use ChatGPT or AI to help you understand which jurisdictions am I able to just focus on my local wealth, but structure my global wealth. And then you build from there if you have to stay in Europe. I don't think Europe's got a good future, though.
There are growing concerns in the UK around financial surveillance, digital oversight, and increasing monitoring of bank accounts by officials, especially with AI and data companies becoming more involved. How do you see this evolving, and what can ordinary people do to protect their financial sovereignty and privacy?
Yeah, again, you need to build a roadmap for separating your civilian, your citizenship and your passport from where you earn your income, from your corporate structure, and you need to build a sovereign structure up from there. And you need to do it legally, and there's many different types of legal structures, particularly in UK. If you can change your jurisdiction into some of the islands that were designed for this, there's some islands which are more affordable. There are others which are very high cost structures. You know, the highest and most expensive in around UK being something like Jersey. The more affordable structures being like Isle of Man, Isle of Wight, and stuff like that. But you can use those structures in order to build your base. And UK is no doubt about it. The beta test, if you think about the structure, they do the most extreme tests in the war zones, like the Palestinian laboratory, which is going to be the full-blown 15-minute city, full-blown surveillance state. And then they beta test in different nodes like UK. And you'll see that they frame everything in terms of how it makes sense. So they'll say, in order to protect our children, you're going to have to prove your identity to search your browsers and use your social media. Makes sense if you're a parent, but at the same time, that's building out your social credit score. Banks and through the Bank Secrecy Act already have to share all their data through and file suspicious activity reports. And AI is going to automate all of those processes already. So all your financial transactions in the bank are already going down that path. And so what you have to build is you have to build a silo that sits within the surveillance state. And then you build another silo that legally uses jurisdictional arbitrage, Bitcoin and self-custody, in order to legally take those Bitcoin, take self-custody, coin join it, and hold it in a hardware wallet where you can eventually run nodes under a corporate structure where you can legally do that. And then you're free and flexible. And then you can adjust. And that's exactly what happened in the UK. We had this massive billions of dollars of drain because everyone was playing the UAE UK arbitrage when UK announced that it was going to do a non-domicile where it would tax your global wealth. So you need to take the country where you are. You need to understand what's happening in your country. And then you need to understand whether you're going to move and what options are available to you in terms of your worldwide wealth. Start that today and build up.
The next question is, can you speak on what you see coming in regards to food shortages?
Yeah, so I think the Southeast, the poorest countries, the ones in Southeast Asia, you can kind of break them into two. There's countries like Japan, South Korea, that, will Taiwan, that historically have massive wealth concentration, they rely upon imports for their energy, and that's creating either they've got strategic reserves in fertilizers or not, but they'll be able to, through higher prices, solve their issues, no doubt. And so they won't be food insecurity, but they will price everyone out of food. So you'll have access to the lowest quality food with the maximum amount of poison at the highest prices. And that's coming to everyone that's on the breadline in a very developed country, because they're trying to price you out and structurally create higher prices. That's where investing in your locals and figuring out your own alternative supply chains, if you're in that situation, group buying in rural areas and working with your community comes in best. Then you got the countries that have structural large amount of wealth extraction from the West, with all the sweatshops like the Vietnams, the Philippines, the African nations, the ones where they were never allowed to use their resources and they were stolen, raped, pillaged by the West so that you could have cheaper products, even though you were on a debt cycle in a K-shaped economy, and both were very bad, not very well off. Each one of those countries in a multipolar world is renegotiating into the Belt and Road Initiative. And some countries like Burkina Faso, for example, they're making it where, and even Indonesia, they're making it where they're saying, we're not going to export our commodities. We're going to keep our commodities, and you have to build factories here and you can buy the finished product. And so countries are fighting back as a result of the contraction of the West and the options with the Belt and Road Initiative. And then they're pricing those goods in dollars, but settling with alternative currencies. They're building, those currencies are strengthening as a result of those commodities, where people have to purchase those commodities in a local currency. You'll see that all over the place at the moment. I've lost my trail. Okay, so that's what's going to happen. Now, those ones will have food insecurity. And what they did is Trump did a beta test first. He beta tests in Cuba. So when the financial industrial complex said, we're going to shrink America into a regional power, and you get Europe and Central and South America, they cut off their energy supplies in Venezuela, started selling them at higher prices to China. So it wasn't about choking China. China had ginormous reserves, so they're fine. And then they cut off Cuba, where the point that nobody could travel, no one could go to hospital, the hospitals stopped working, and they couldn't get healthy food. And they developed applications where people got energy rations. You log into an app and you can get access to your energy via carbon credit type of systems, access to energy. And they started pricing out all of the farmers, which they're doing across America right now, into 4 companies. And so the BlackRock portfolio is acquiring all this farmland while they're developing alternative technology where they manufacture artificial food and give you protein like the World Economic Forum based upon bugs and various other things to get your protein sources. I'm not making this stuff up. Elon Musk's business partner, who's a node in the MIC and TIC, is developing these types of innovations. And so what they're doing is they need structurally higher prices to concentrate up to the large multinational conglomerates while negotiating trade deals that bankrupts all the farmers and local businesses and makes them debt slaves, and they can sell their business upwards into very, very concentrated supply chains. And there were resistance movements against that, like in Spain, where after the last depression, they built like alternative supply chain. In America, they built everything off corn, petrochemicals, using soyas in order to get people into toxic vegetarian food. They're going to be using all of these different things because it's only the wealthy that are going to be able to afford this stuff. And sadly, that's part of the game, the food game. Because what do they want you to do? They want you addicted to drugs and therapy on a subscription service, paying your debt, being poisoned. You know, when all the alternative energies and alternative types of things all existed, but it was industry. And so if you can afford food, the wealthy, those that have built their sovereign wealth, will pay whatever price they need to remain healthy. But the rest, sadly, are being poisoned. And certain supply chains, the ones that are on the wrong side of the bombs, they end up with famine and population control. It's heartbreaking. But you're going to see that in this global reset. We're going to see more and more of it over the next year. And the beta test was Cuba. The beta test was UK. Initially, you're just getting bankruptcy of cheap flight, so people can't fly. You get higher structural energy prices. You get bankruptcies of small to medium-sized business. We've seen this before. Then you get mergers and acquisitions that concentrate power up to the higher supply chains. BlackRock's asset under administration goes from 12 trillion to 14 trillion. Everything goes up. And the least productive of the population end up without food. And everyone else needs some kind of food rationing technology that's delivered through the slow introduction of your stable coins, programmable money, central bank digital currency, and social credit scored. So if you buy the right food, you get a higher score. If you buy the wrong food, you get penalties on your score. And if you're dependent upon debt, then you can no longer access the borrowing markets at the cheaper interest rate, which perpetuates the K-shaped economy. And then they can algorithmically control that into the police and surveillance state. That's what they will be doing. And that's why we need to resist against that through alternative technology, decentralized technology, self-custody, local supply chains. But yeah, and obviously the media will start playing all of these food insecurities so that the United Nations can recommend the World Economic Forum agenda, and you will own nothing and be happy in order to eat. They just want you only paying the interest on your debt, paying the living cost, paying the energy, and then whatever's left over for food. And then if you've got some left over, they don't want you building assets in self-custody. They want you to give it to them to manage so that they can perpetuate the same control grid.
All right, living in the UK, I'm concerned about how the government policies could impact my children's future. I can't leave because my heart is in Scotland. How do I best help my kids prepare?
I think you have a very difficult choice. I wouldn't be putting kids to university. I'd be getting your kids to fully leaning to the AI and robotics trade. Really be conscious about what skills they're learning. And you know, you have to make them very, very technical savvy, because I don't know what age they are, obviously, if they're of that age, but they're going to have to lean into technology. You know, you're going to have to build as many assets because there's going to be that transfer. And then you're going to have to plan your wealth transfer to your kids in the most efficient way possible, because they'll want to tax it all. So yeah, using, you know, different type of structures and making sure that your children are skilled in the right skills, leaning into the right things, and not wasting loads of time on legacy institutions like colleges and universities, which are just teaching you to be the very opposite of what is required to survive today.
Next question is, what are your thoughts on Australia's future, particularly with rising house prices, low productivity, high immigration levels, and concerns that the economy is becoming too dependent on mining and property rather than producing real industry?
Yeah, when the Europeans genocided the natives and created Australia, it was never meant to be a sovereign country. It was a node for resource extraction. And the people were collateralized debt obligations with a debt-based Ponzi scheme called the Australian dollar. So they're trying to turn you into a nation of gamblers and OnlyFans. And everything that's happening across the West is happening in Australia. Maybe there may be some kind of sovereign wealth fund that's connected to Chinese supply chains. There's a little bit of hedging there, but I don't think Australia was ever meant to be independent. So it's down to you. Forget the government exists. Build your own independent sovereign strategy. You got lots of resources. Build your own parallel economies in the vast land, in the urban environments that you have, and just recognize that the governments are going to become less and less useful, and they're there just to asset strip for the financial industrial complex. And you've got to beat the train. You've got to beat the trend. So Australia is no different, and it was never meant to be. It's just a no to send resources to the countries that want to build the consumption economies and build debt slaves.
Okay, when you say follow the money, can you be specific and state exactly which money flows you monitor, how you get the information, and how you interpret what it means?
Yeah, big question, but in general, I spend my life following all markets, and then I share more what I want each week. But I follow the currency markets, the bond markets, the stock markets, the ETF markets, and the different yields on the different bonds, where capital is flowing, and the different structures across different countries, as well as the different blocks that are being set up. So for me, that's just my lifetime work. And if you've been a long listener on my work, you'll probably understand the types of things that I look at and look for. Then you get down into the individual stock level to understand the different indexes, all the different markets. Then who politicians are funded by, and how real structures happen. So there's a lot there, and you'll start to learn it the more you listen to my different interviews and analysis.
Question to Simon. I understand that you believe the right answer is to opt out of this corrupt system itself, but for people who still have to live within this system and earn a monthly salary. Yeah, so I guess the question is, how would one actually do that if they are dependent on earning a monthly salary, but they haven't got the option to opt out of the system?
Yeah, build a 10-year plan, take a percentage of your income, and make sure that you pay yourself first, build your assets that opt out of the system, and then improve your strategy from there. Just own more Bitcoin this month than the last month. Learn how to self-custody. Make sure that a percentage of your income does that, and then get better and better and better, and work on a sovereign strategy for the next 10 years.
All right. The next question is, will the market ever crash?
The central banks, as part of their K-shaped economy and fiscal dominant strategy, in America, in particularly America, they will push all the value. They want you to end up with all the debt, the bondholders to receive all the yield, and all the value to accrue into the stock markets. And they'll carry that jig on for as long as US treasuries still work as collateral, and they can find a new market for that collateral. In the meantime, they're using ETFs in order to diversify away from America, and push it into other foreign stock markets where the birth rates and commodities still exist, and where they have enough of a foothold in order to try and build alternative, more decentralized markets across the globe. They also want to do one global government, which is a technical industrial complex agenda. So will they let stock markets crash? Yes. And markets are dependent upon three things: access to ETF inflows by the asset managers, manipulation of media in order to control the narrative if they are geopolitically and strategically important enough, and the ability for the central bank to print money and funnel that value into stocks. Nothing else matters. And each foreign central bank might sacrifice their currency, and then you have the FX currency side to contend with. And there may be engineered crisis by the FIC in order to acquire assets on the cheap. But eventually, there will be a stock market crash. But that will be the moment when they're fully diversified and they've already managed all their capital outflows. And it's more like a 10-year strategy. And then something severe happens, they'll have their alternative collateral set up before they ever rug pull the US Treasury collateral model, which underpins the petrodollar. But they're slowly deconstructing it. They're breaking the petrodollar, breaking the Japan carry trade in a managed transition, and breaking the eurodollar and setting up FX swap lines across all the other nodes, while ensuring that war gets them as much control over the strategic choke points like UAE, Hong Kong, and various other things.
You mentioned that traditional university degrees may become less valuable in the future. But what about subjects like the humanities, which can develop critical thinking and broaden the way people understand the world? Do you still see value in those types of degree?
Me personally, and maybe you completely disagree, I see no value in spending 3 years in an institution that effectively you could have spent 3 years using AI, leaning into the change, learning through self-learning, and developing the skills that in 3 years, the world will be so radically different at the pace we're accelerating in. And so maybe a degree is something you want to do when you already got a degree of autonomy and sovereign independence. But as a strategy, straight out the door, I think it's going to turn you into a debt slave, and it's not going to provide any value. And it's a technique to ensure that you are subordinate. At this stage, no doubt, time's moving too fast. I don't see how you have 3 years to study fresh and not get swallowed up by the system in this rapidly changing world.
Okay, if you were part of the middle class that's being obliterated, what would you focus on to make this more stable, other than Bitcoin in self-custody, of course?
Increasing my income, reducing my costs through jurisdictional arbitrage, increasing the amount that I have for investing every month, and then developing a diversified strategy in line with what I want on how I allocate that capital every single month, and make sure that Bitcoin's a part of it wherever you go.
What will the world look like after the reset?
The rich will be very rich, and the poor will be in a police and surveillance state. And there'll be jurisdictions that benefit. There'll be jurisdictions that get it wrong. And there'll be sovereign people that have implemented this, and they're able to port their wealth in self-custody wherever they need to go, whatever the world throws at them. And then there'll be communities that go more and more decentralized, and they'll just opt out of the system, ignore the government, and build their own parallel supply chains and parallel communities, and they'll be fine. There is countries that have been through this all around the world. It's just the West that's finding out this now. Much other parts of the world, they were on the wrong side of the Western bombs, and we were extracting all the resources. They've already been through this. It's just coming home right now and becoming more noticeable to you. So again, K-shaped economy doesn't stop. And if you look at what the World Economic Forum, what those wealthy asset holders want to do, they want to tokenize everything. They want to build social credit scores, and they want to build manufacture civil unrest so they can build police and surveillance states. And it's you, your community, your family, and your mental health and spiritual health and physical health, as well as your wealth in sovereign, that will determine how well you manage it.
How can we bring children to this world after seeing how it works and what future holds? Feeling spiritual pain, even thinking about my kids living in this world after you've told how it works.
Well, what we're going through in the West is 1% of what we put the global South through. And they still had children. They got the highest birth rates in the world because they figured out how to deal with this stuff. and they use that in order to become more of a stronger family unit. At the end of the day, it's your mental health, it's your spiritual health, it's your understanding of morality and ethics. Are you going to be taken deeper into the system and do worse with what you're given, or are you going to do better? And I still believe that life is a test, and the poorest people in the world have children in conditions that are significantly worse. And so your job as a parent is to understand the game and to build your family to understand the game as well, and act as a unit. Why do you think they broke down the family values? Because they knew that you were weaker on your own, isolated, with nobody, mentally weak, addicted to pornography, on drugs, drinking alcohol, potentially homeless. That's complete subordination and slavery. Now, for the rest of the world, there's a massive opportunity. You can lean into this, and I think have family is a vital part of it. I think not going at this alone is a vital part of that. And you can either say, how can I bring someone into this? Or you can say, how can we collectively as a family make the most of this, use the arbitrage, become more sovereign, build my wealth, leaning to the world as it is, not as I want it to be, and then use my money in order to make the world as I want it to be, and not become evil in the process, not become perpetuate the same system. And I think that's the test, and I think you will be rewarded for that. And then just before we answer the one question as well, Azad, if you could pull up simondixon.com. What we're going to be doing in the future is, in case YouTube takes us down or any of these networks start shadow banning us again, we go through different phases. We're making sure that we can build a biggest community as possible. No agenda. As I said, no upsell, no business, no sponsorship, no anything, no emailing you offers or anything like that. Just building a community so that as many people can go through this journey together. And so here's where we're starting at the basic point. Click that yellow button, and that will take you to a page where you can create a login to the site. If you give your email, I will email you every single week, no offers, just what we're going to be covering, and make sure that if we end up in a platform where YouTube takes me down, we do it in our own platform, and you've got a username and login. And as a reward, there's a section in that username and login. We're redesigning it. We're kind of just beta testing it and pushing these ideas out there. Once you've got a username and login, there's a section in the portal where you can ask a question. Ask that question. Give me some suggestions of what specific content, and we can go a mile deep into it. And you can ask in that section of the membership portal. And next week, we're going to be covering, the topic is going to be determined based upon that. And then we'll also see what we can pick it out of the YouTube. That's just our beta test. That's what we're doing now. And I'd love for you to put in the comments anything you think we can improve on. After this, we're going to be playing one of my interviews that I did this week with a geopolitical analyst called Alex Krainer. And it was on BTC Sessions. I did 3 interviews this week. On my YouTube channel, if you're a subscriber, I'll make sure you get access to those. Upon popular request, I did another session with Catherine Austin Fitz, and I did a couple more as well. So make sure you're following me on X. Also, we use Rumble, and also we post everything on podcasts on Apple and Spotify as well. So I'm not sure which channels are going to get taken down. I'm not sure which one's going to become my social credit score. And also throughout this, I'm going to be training on all the content and all the questions, my own decentralized avatar, so that whatever happens in the future, you can ask questions when I'm not around as well, and train it on all of my content and all of this stuff. We're going to be leaning into all of this together. It's a radically changing world, but there's no avoiding it. So with that in mind, Azad, let's do the one final question. I'll give a quick answer, and then we'll move over to the BTC Sessions interview I did this week.
Okay, if governments ever outlaw Bitcoin self-custody, would there still be a way to use it, sell or spend Bitcoin within the system, or would people eventually be forced to hand it over?
A great question. So that's where the law in your jurisdiction matters. There's a difference between you following the law and what you can do. And I can't tell you to break the law. You got to follow the law in the country that you live in. So you need to figure out which countries are likely to do that. Historically, there's been one major country that did it with gold, and that's America. And that was during the Great Depression of the 1930s. It's slightly different with Bitcoin because there's no Bitcoin standard today, and they needed the gold in order to back the gold standard during the Depression. But it's your country and their jurisdiction now. You have to follow the law, and if you break the law, there's consequences to breaking the law. But law enforcement is much more difficult in a self-custody relationship versus a custody. In the case of America, the Genius Act locked in that you can self-custody your Bitcoin. So it's legislation. It would have to go via Congress in the case of America. In the case of China, for example, it's not illegal to self-custody Bitcoin. They have restrictions on trading and mining and various other things. And other countries, they will always want you to have the elite arbitrage because jurisdictions are set up for it. And so if some country tries it, then you have to follow the law. And if you don't follow the law, then there's consequences. But with Bitcoin in self-custody, you have to voluntarily hand that in if you've got it in the right way. And so if you buy it on an exchange, they'll have surveillance system for that. But if you hold it in self-custody and you coin join and hold it in a hardware wallet, which is completely legal in every country I know of today, unless someone tells me there's an exception, I haven't seen one yet. And then if they change that law, there will be a period by which you have to develop your strategy. And if you live in a country where they make Bitcoin self-custody illegal, then you'll have to decide and follow the law and face the consequences if you don't follow that. There will always be, in my opinion, countries that won't do that because the elites don't want to do that. That's why Bitcoin in self-custody still exists. And so that really is one of the real considerations. And then that's why you start thinking about your offshore trust structures, because if you don't own any Bitcoin and your trust owns it in self-custody, and you live in a country where you're allowed to do that, then you don't own any Bitcoin. But the one that will be confiscated first is the Bitcoin in custody, no doubt, because they'll use the custodian to confiscate it. And that's what they did during gold confiscations and various other things. All right. Well, I hope you enjoyed this new format. As I said, it's a bit of an experiment. We're trying to get more interactive. I gave a bit of long form content. In the future, I'll try and dive into a very short content, and you're going to have a login to the Simon Dixon Hard Talk membership portal, and we'll take your suggestions, and then we'll spend as much time as we can. Rapid fire on short questions. Maybe we go dig deep into a few questions. Maybe we'll figure out some kind of system for voting. Please do share your suggestions. We just wanted to get started. And this is what I encourage you to do. Get started. Perfection is the enemy. You're not going to get it perfect, right? You're going to do it badly at first. And then you ask the question, did I do it better or did I do it worse? And hopefully next week we'll do it better and we won't go backwards. So thank you all for joining this. Always remember, you are alive at the most interesting and potentially exciting time in financial history. The dark parts are the dark parts, but there's always a yin and a yang, and you have to use the dark parts and reframe them into the good parts. And that's how we make the difference. Many are going to get wrecked. Others are going to do incredibly well. I want you to be on the right side of that change. And so enjoy the interview. It was my interview on BTC Sessions with Alex Krainer, where we're discussing, I've forgotten even what the topic was, different models for how to model. I think it was how the war ends and who's going to decide, and the different models for what comes next. So I hope you enjoyed the interview, and I'll see you this time next week. Peace.
controls when the war in Iran actually ends.
I understand the current conflict as a conflict between two systems of governance. And on the one side, you have the Western colonial powers. On the other side, you have everybody else. The war doesn't end until one side is completely defeated.
I see theatrics. I see coordinated demolition of strategic targets. Everything he's saying is MAGA, is a strategic weakening of the dollar in a managed transition, just like the British Empire did. Trump doesn't work for America. Look at his backers. He's long Bitcoin and short dollar. He's just asset stripping.
And if it takes assassinating the president, they'll assassinate the president, no problem.
You've all got 3 to 5 years until we enter a world that we can't recognize.
All right. Good morning, gentlemen. Thank you so much for sitting down with me today. Very excited to have this conversation because there seems to be a lot of overlap in your worldviews, particularly with regards to the war in Iran. Things like financial motivation and deception, economic pain for Europe, and the shift to a multipolar world. So I really want to dive in and explore the nuanced differences in what you guys are seeing. To begin, Alex, who or what ultimately controls when and on what terms the war in Iran actually ends?
Oh, that's a lot of
Big
questions.
question.
Well, Nathan, I don't really know. I mean, I understand the current conflict as a conflict between two systems of governance, and on the one side you have the Western colonial powers, basically, and on the other side you have everybody else, including the domestic populations of those colonial powers. I think it's part it's the dynamics of events as they unroll. Partly it's a question of opportunity, and then even financial risks. You know, that often dictates the timing of wars and similar emergencies. Example, my understanding, and this is according to a WHO whistleblower, was that the pandemic that we had a few years ago was planned for 2050. Then they brought it forward to 2030. Then they launched it in 2020. Why did they launch it at 2020? Because in 2019 we had the repo-geddon crisis. You know, we had the repo crisis. The central bankers that met in Jackson Hole in September of 2019, it all came out looking pasty pale, and they understood that something was disintegrating in the financial system. So they needed a massive emergency that would create a new normal, that would distract people, burden them with new problems, while they basically launched the largest bank bailout ever in the history of the Milky Way galaxy. So that's the pressures. There's also opportunities if they perceive some place, some region, you know, or a nation as being in a crisis. Their government is maybe wobbly, good target for destabilization. That they might move on that dynamic. And the rest is, I think, responding to events as they occur. I think that with respect to war against Iran, I think maybe it was Israeli priorities, more narrowly Netanyahu's priorities. You know, his government can't go on. That whole country can't go on without wars. And so Trump brought some kind of a peace that was meant to hold between Israel and Gaza, and by extension Lebanon. The United States took a much more active role in Syria, so Israel couldn't just willy-nilly go and bomb and do whatever they wanted when they wanted it. So they needed a new front. And I think that Israel has been a target for the last 25 years, at least from what we know from Wesley Clark. And so now may have seemed like a good time. Trump also has the midterm elections as a priority. So a very quick, effective war and a victory in the Middle East would have presumably served him well. Of course, didn't end up going that way. But basically, those are, I think, the consideration at the political level. At a higher level, I think that the war doesn't end until one side is completely defeated in this clash of two systems of governance. So we now have, let's say, the Western Empire, which is on the one side of that fault line, opposed to three major powers, which is Russia, Iran, and China. And I think that once you understand the dynamic of what makes this neo-colonial imperialistic system of governance tick, you realize that they never stop. They cannot stop. Their system requires fresh new collateral all the time. And so the conquest must go on, and the conquest means, conquest of new colonies, basically. And that means that they have to remove obstacles to their hegemony. And the obstacle is any regional power that can, declare their own sphere of influence and say, no, thank you, we will not succumb to your diktat. We will defend our sphere of influence, and we will not allow you to come into it. So then it has to be eliminated. And, it doesn't matter if the wars are completely stupid. If there's a 100% probability that the war will be lost, the war will still happen. Best example is this war against Iran. Just about everybody knew that it was not winnable. This is why, Wesley Clark, when he made his famous speech about taking down 7 countries in 5 years, the time frame for that was within 2006, which means that Iran, who was on the list of those 7 countries, was due for a regime change within 2006. Here we are 20 years later. Attack on Iran didn't happen until Trump, unfortunately. And so I think it's unpredictable. What we can predict is probably that the wars will continue.
Interesting. So just before I go to you, Simon, just to clarify, Alex, in your view, then, is this more like we're looking at a chaotic situation where everyone is reacting because the nature of the system requires it to go and seek more collateral to continue these wars, that it's not really driven by some sort of underlying, we'll say, plans or motivations. It's just the incentive structures of the existing system?
Well, yeah, it's the incentive structure, and then what we get is the narrative. So, Saddam Hussein had weapons of mass destruction, terrible danger, had to be eliminated. Muammar Gaddafi was a madman killing his own people, had to be eliminated. Bashar al-Assad was a madman killing his own people, had to be eliminated. If you go back farther, Salvador Allende was a communist. There was a risk of domino effect in South America, had to be eliminated. So those are the narratives. And now in Iran, is the nuclear program, or is the ballistic programs, or is the women's rights, or whatever. Those are narratives that are calculated to generate consent for war, or at the very least acquiescence, so that a large segment of the public says, like, yeah, these Iranians, they're terrible people, so we don't want war, but world will be a better place if we eliminate it and bring democracy and freedom to the Iranian people. And so that's how it rolls, but it continues to roll. And every time they pick a target and decide to go to war and take them down, they also contrive these narratives that will, and sadly, a lot of people still fall for them. The debate is about, like the nuclear program and women's rights and all of this, and some people just clearly buy it. And, then when the next war rolls around, they'll buy the next narrative, whatever it happens to be.
Beautiful. And last quick question too, just I want to make sure I get clarification on it. You mentioned COVID and the pandemic, and that was a response to, we had the repo crisis and kind of financial constraints and problems in the financial plumbing. Was there a financial issue that led to the launch of the war in Iran currently, or was it purely just they saw the opportunity and they made the move?
Yeah, well, I think so. Even though the bankers are very careful not to reveal their problems. Everything is always awesome. They always pass their stress tests with flying colors and so forth. But we do know that both the Bank of England and the Federal Reserve have started again, participated in the repo markets, which means that the system is broken. Basically, that's what it means. It means that at least one or more of the large financial institutions in the system are broken. And unless the government steps in, that is, unless the the central bank steps in as the buyer of last resort in the repo markets, the system might crash, it might freeze up, it might completely interrupt the payment systems, and you get an economic crash. And we know that the Bank of England stepped into the repo markets in the summer of, I'm going to say 2024, but may have been 2025, and that the Fed has also started actively participating in the repo markets. And Europeans have their own mechanisms, but the same thing. The central bank, the ECB is very, very busy buying corporate debt and government sovereign debt.
Beautiful. Simon, there's lots to unpack there. Your response, my friend.
Yeah. So what I try to do is I look at two major routes in trying to understand a war. One of them is the black op operations. So there are operations around the world that are designed to facilitate weapons trafficking, drug trafficking, humans trafficking, sex trafficking, and everything that we consider degenerate in the world. They don't exist without financial sponsorship and state sponsorship. They all require that to exist. Now, those are the black ops. And then we have the legitimate markets or the disclosed markets, which are the ones that we can see in financial statements, whether it be a country's GDP, a country's stock market, bond market, currency markets. Those you get disclosures. And so for me, when I look at what you get around the world, is I try and figure out what are the black op operation routes that need to exist. What are the country operations? And it changes based upon whether you nationalize your resources or you privatize your resources. And depending on what degree you get, there is nation states that try and keep their resources, and there are countries that try and privatize their resources. And once you privatize your resources, you end up controlled by both the bond market, the stock market, and currency markets are used in order to try and get your resources. So when I look around the world and I look at, for example, right now as we currently speak, just zooming in on one thing, we are led to believe that we are in an escalation between UAE and Iran. Now, we know that UAE is 100% dependent in terms of its military upon partnerships, and those were mainly Western aligned. But we also know that UAE is a vital node in the black op trafficking routes of Iran. And so when you look at those and place those two together, you realize that UAE is the second largest trade partner of Iran, behind China. And you understand that there are certain constructs that need to exist that mean that UAE and Iran could never get in a war, because India needs its oil. The only way to get its oil is to take certain markets like the petrodollar, where the dollar is then, converted into gold in order to get into a black op operation. And the biggest gold markets are UAE, Hong Kong, Singapore, Switzerland. And you look across these and you realize they're all plugged together in a coordinated way that doesn't match the narrative that we're often fed. And so if you look at what's happening right now, we're being told that a country, UAE, which has $270 billion of disclosed dollar reserves, as well as $1.5 trillion of US equities and various investments around the world that are really diverse across multiple layers. We're only told in the public because the media is Israeli or American, bias. That actually UAE is a puppet of Israel. But if you look on the other side of that, it normalizes with Israel while providing the sanction circumvention operations for Iran. At the same time, it hosts European COP30, like climate change agenda, while one of the Emiratis, one of the states being a massive oil producer in OPEC. At the same time, it will host, Russian military operations at the same time as having defense contracts with the US military industrial complex. Whenever I see that, you get a biased version of reality. But what has UAE actually done? Well, despite the fact that it doesn't need dollars, it has no shortage of dollars. It's managed to take the fact that it owns significant equity in the most important growth sector in the US, artificial intelligence, and put itself in a position where the US cannot have UAE sell its bonds or sell its equities, because it would crash the stock market and it would crash the bond market that would have yields which are currently at 5% on the 30-year treasury yield in the US. That is the point at which mortgages go to 7%, which is the point at which the Fed needs to step in and start purchasing bonds in order to control those yields. Now, who's buying those bonds? Well, the Gulf countries are meant to be buying them through the petrodollar. China's meant to be buying them. You can force Japan to buy them through the Japan carry trade, but they're just hedge funds that are speculating in Cayman Island structures. And you can do the same with the euro dollar. So what are we witnessing right now? We're effectively witnessing the deconstruction of everything that led to the forced foreign purchase of bonds at the same time as all those central banks buying gold. And those gold markets facilitate the black op markets, which is the drug trafficking routes, the sex trafficking routes, all those things. And that requires UAE to exist. And it plugs together many of the BRICS countries, as well as the consumption of drugs, which is in the West. And so when I look at these things, there is a theatrical human consumption element. There's the black ops, and then there's the financial markets. What else did they do? So what did Scott Bessent say? They said, in order for you not to sell the equity that would crash the AI trade and the stock market and have ripple effects on the credit markets and everything else, and in order for you not to blow out our yields above 5%, we'll give you an FX credit swap line. That's an exclusive club. The only people that get that are the Bank of Japan, the Bank of England, the Swiss Central Bank, the Canadian Central Bank, and the European Central Bank. Now it goes to UAE. And then the other Gulf countries want some. And then suddenly we hear that they're leaving OPEC. Now, what's the story we're told? UAE is in financial distress. Well, I look at the numbers and I look at the UAE ETF and I see a significant increase in BlackRock's position and significant increase in institutional investors that are purchasing all the retail sales right now. And the retail is the narrative. UAE is about to collapse. I also see gold markets that are trading at discount for Bitcoin, which means people are leaving UAE and they're exchanging their gold, physical gold, for Bitcoin, which means that they're doing that at a discount, which is effectively you're having a distressed acquisition of UAE assets by what I call the financial industrial complex. The same is happening within Israel and the same is happening within Iran. So the US military is being used to strategically create a build back better model within Iran, which is who's going to fund the reconstruction of Iran? Well, there's going to be part of it which are based upon existing power structure, IRGC, an IRGC that's normalized with China, and China wants them normalized with the Gulf countries because the Gulf countries are also going to invest. That's part of their next budget. And they also want the old black op powers, the financial industrial complex. If you think about it, in terms of legacy empires, Iran was more aligned with British Petroleum, the British Empire, but Saudi and the various other constructs were more aligned with Saudi Aramco and the American Empire. And so the Western financial industrial complex, which is now one thing, the British and American Empire, which has been really vassalized into BlackRock, State Street, and Vanguard, JP Morgan, and various other interests. They want a piece as well. But who else wants a piece? China. China is selling its US treasuries to invest in its Belt and Road Initiative. And so it's been building the alternative payment rails. If you look at it, UAE created the Enbridge project, which was a Bank for International Settlements Switzerland project. UAE has now inherited that project. What does it tie together? It ties together Thailand, UAE, Hong Kong, China, and Saudi Arabia via a network of central bank digital currencies, which all connect without SWIFT. So now you've got your Federal Reserve swap line, you've got your Enbridge network of central bank digital currencies, you've got your gold to oil black op operations, and a banking system which facilitates sanctions circumvention. Then you leave OPEC. What is OPEC? OPEC was the other half of the petrodollar. OPEC was effectively a mechanism for creating treasury demand by pricing gold in, by pricing oil in dollars and reinvesting it in treasuries. Now, central banks and these Gulf countries are no longer doing that. They're not buying bonds. They're buying equity. They're buying ownership stake in America. They're not lending it to the US government. So OPEC no longer had a need. But what was constructed before this, leading up to this? BRICS. And BRICS had energy agreements. You know, it didn't have a single currency because it knew that that was a European Union psyop in order to control the currency. So instead, it created economic trade agreements. And prior to that, it had energy agreements that replace OPEC. And so now you've got a construct of how to actually control the petro yuan and the petrodollar, but spread that across Saudi Arabia, who was in charge before, UAE, and Iran. And when you really look at it, China normalized between Saudi Arabia and Iran. So when I look at this war, I see theatrics. I see coordinated demolition of strategic targets that is designed to create an energy crisis, is designed to create a repricing event of 50 different commodities, and it is designed to create the new construct between the petro yuan and petrodollar and change the order. And Iran's in it, the Gulf countries are in it, China's in it, and the financial industrial complex are in it. But what is the legacy world that's being destroyed? Zionism as a narrative for the Greater Israel Project. That is being destroyed systematically through media in the West, Tucker Carlson, Candace Owen, various other things. It's being destroyed within America. Now it's just mainstream that Israel killed JFK, Mossad did 9/11, that all these different things, they're just mainstream narratives now. They're saying, did he kill Charlie Kirk? This is not controversial. This is what the youth talk about in America now. And they stole the bomb and all that stuff. And at the same time, Iran has been rebranded through its Lego videos, where now it is connecting with the youth of America saying, that's an Epstein class, and Epstein is connected to Israel. So you've had this incredible rebranding exercise that's taken Iran as people believing that it's like some ISIS head chopping international funder of terrorism that is a complete pariah state, to the taking down of the Epstein class. That is setting Iran up for a post-dollar, hegemon world order, because Iran has 2 to 4 million barrels that it's currently selling at a discount to China. And if China normalizes and we end up with sanction relief, that changes everything. Because it's not just sanction relief. It's how will that oil be priced? How is it going to enter into the market? UAE has left OPEC and they want to increase their production. What about Russia? So when I look at the war right now, I see who's benefiting. A group of companies within America which are significantly benefiting. The Americans are getting destroyed. They're paying higher energy prices. They're getting inflation. They're selling their assets because they're on the verge of bankruptcy. They're in a financial crisis. The wealthy people that own the assets, massive concentration of wealth, just like COVID, just like Alex said, just like tariffs. And so we're getting a massive concentration of wealth up to that World Economic Forum agenda. And then you look at who are the oil companies that are benefiting. Well, from the Venezuela operation, you see that the one that's going to be refining this incredibly hard oil is actually a 100% subsidiary of Saudi Aramco. You also see that who's getting all the LNG contracts? Golden Pass. Who's Golden Pass? 70% owned by Qatar Energy and 30% owned by Exxon. UAE is getting FX swap lines. So you can see a coordinated action where Iran's going to get its sanction relief. As it releases that oil on the market, is it going to be priced in Chinese yuan? Is it going to be priced in dollars? Who's going to rebuild? Who's going to rebuild who's going to invest? And there is an economic negotiation which is behind, and it has been all along, I think, for the last 5 years, around about the time that Alex said we had this COVID operation and we had this repo market stress. I think this is a long-term negotiation that never stopped. And there are certain allies, or there's certain factions within Iran that want to resist against that. Because if you really think about it right now, and this will be my final point, the military industrial complex benefited from the forever war in the Middle East. The financial industrial complex benefits from rebuild and regional stability because it has new allies. The financial industrial complex is aligned with China's Belt and Road Initiative, the Gulf Sovereign Wealth Funds, Norwegian energy investments, Singapore. They have aligned and they want a construct that is more decentralized to control the petro-yuan and petrodollar. And everyone's getting their roles. And what we're seeing right now is all the different proxies that Iran used to, or allies, whatever you want to call, I think they are no longer being supported because the ports are being divvied up. UAE's getting some, Turkey's getting some, Saudi's getting some. And you can see that the Houthis entered into agreement with Saudi Arabia. The Somaliland was recognized by Israel to protect UAE's ports. The Somalia has got Turkey's assets. And then you've got the Strait of Hormuz and Lebanon as the final two parts. So you create two different tracks. One for creating a global reset, which benefits the top in the West. And then a negotiation that comes out at the end of this that resolves this and sets the new order. And then the Lebanon track is a separate track because effectively Iran is no longer supporting Hezbollah, and you leave Israel and Hezbollah to go have it out. And eventually all of the privatization and purchasing of all the state assets in Israel has been happening at a record pace. The ports are owned by India. The management is owned by China. The banks and the ETFs are starting to hit record highs while the currency is going up. That means transnational capital is acquiring and privatizing Israeli assets. This is the purchase and privatization of Israel into the Gulf construct, which will be normalized with Iran and is being done via China, and China and the financial industrial complex are setting the world order. So that's how I look at it when you follow the financial flows. If you follow the media, you think we're about to enter World War II and Israel's about to do the Samson option, UAE is about to collapse, and the world's about to come to an end because US is trying to dominate the world and be what it was in the old order.
Alex, I'm sure you have a lot of thoughts or maybe some comments on that. There's a lot to unpack.
Yeah, well, I see a lot of the elements that Simon laid out. I acknowledge that it's very, very complex. But I have a question for Simon. Simon, do you see like an actual fault line that somebody is opposed to somebody, or is this many different groups vying for power and influence? Do you see like a clear fault line of between two sides, or do you see it more like a war of many against many?
Yeah, internal struggles that are not necessarily aligned at the state level. So to say UAE, Iran, America is a complete misrepresentation of how power works now. Like when I see America, I see a private corporation. And those private corporations have private interests, the financial industrial complex, military industrial complex, and now the technology industrial complex with AI and everything. When I see Iran, I see strategic tension between Israel and Iran for 40 years with a narrative of 2 weeks away from a nuclear bomb, death to America, death to Israel, defenders of the resistance against imperial power. Now, a lot of that is real, but at the higher levels of self-interest, there are parts of the IRGC that benefit from that strategic tension. There are power structures within Israel that support that effectively are the military industrial complex. They're an essential node in that construct. And so as long as Iran and the IRGC and Israel have a narrative of death to America, death to Israel, 2 weeks away from a nuke, Iran's about to try and kill the Jews and take us over. They've surrounded us with proxies. That makes a lot of money for self-interest within various factions of IRGC, the military industrial complex in Israel, and the US military industrial complex, whose whole economy is about printing money however it comes to dump debt on the American people and push it into the US stock market. War is GDP for America. Being able to increase a national budget from $1 trillion to $1.5 trillion is GDP, a stock market stimulus check. And so when you can separate that America doesn't work for the Americans, America works for the private corporate interest, that Iran has different factions of power, you can see that I think China is aligned with a new IRGC, which I think is represented by Arachi, and a reformist government that is represented by Prashmiskov. I always say that name. When you look at those two, that is the future, I think. And you need a war that doesn't lead to regional chaos like Assyria. It takes out the people that aren't on board with this plan, and it leads to an acceptable way of not dumping the allies, but effectively integrating the different allies into the actual nation state. So this is a return to the armies joining the nation state. You know, the Houthis integrated into Yemen, Hezbollah integrated into Lebanon, the Iraqi groups integrated into Iraq, the HTS integrated into Syria, and a return to the state. And I think Iran is allowing that to happen at the Ayatollah level. And I think there was a transition over, because you have to have the IRGC maintained, but you can't make it look like there was, you know, you can't have regional stability of 90 million people with all these factions and the craziness without having something like this. And so there is real. The deaths are real. The power struggle is real. But it's not nation state versus nation state. It is factions of power that are aligned across different countries fighting other factions of power that are aligned across different countries. That's how I see it.
Alex, was there anything in Simon's analysis that you disagree with, or still seems like maybe perhaps too convenient? Simon's, I think, view is very well structured and also very well organized. Doesn't really necessarily account for chaos nearly as much. Is there anything in there that you want to push back on, or causes you pause?
Well, you know, I would agree with most of the elements that Simon laid out, maybe all of them, in fact. But you know, how you connect those dots can vary. You know, so I definitely see a fault line and a conflict between two systems, and then obviously, you know, in every conflicts are not clean. There's going to be not just overlap. There's going to be different interests cooperating with their counterparts on the other side of the fault line. And I mean, I've seen this firsthand during the war in former Yugoslavia. We were fighting the Serbian side, but at the same time we were trading with them. Even to the point where we had a request for ammunition from the Serbs. So we were, one against the other, and they ran out of artillery shells, and they knew we had them, and so they called up and they said, "Can we buy some artillery shells from you?" And our guy said, "Duh, of course not. You're gonna shell us." And they were like, no, we promise, we're not going to shell you, we're going to shell the Muslims. And so the Croatians thought like, okay, well, we can make some money here. So they sold them the shells, and they kept their word. They shelled the Muslims, they didn't shell us. I mean, this is firsthand experience,
Wow.
And so this kind of shit happens a lot, and out of necessity, But then there's also, how do you call it? Intelligence and counterintelligence operations. Modern war, you can't fight it as an autarky, be completely closed out. You need to understand the enemy's operations. You need to understand how their, powers laid out, where the weak points are. And you can only do that by infiltrating their side, right? For an example, the opposition, one of the opposition groups to Iran is the MEK, Mujahideen El something, I forget. Anyway, they're funded by Western intelligence agencies, U.S. State Department, CIA, and so forth. So if Iranians wanted to infiltrate MEK, they would have to not just send volunteers to work for the MEK. They would have to probably transfer a lot of money to places like London, New York, and so forth, pose as wealthy Iranian businessmen, make probably large donations to the MEK, get into their, so obviously that accounts for the ties between Iran and the UAE, because, UAE has been set up as a pretty much a money laundering hub. And so obviously Iranians saw a lot of benefit from being there, being present, and making good use for themselves out of that. That doesn't mean that they are on board with them or that they're allies. So for that reason, it's difficult to connect dots in the whole mess. But I think that if we analyze the situation on the basis of, let's say, long cycle history lessons, when you realize why the West is even in the Middle East, what is the reason, how they got there, what they've been doing to maintain hegemony, that the state of Israel itself was set up as a bridgehead into the Middle East to keep the whole place destabilized, and that Iran has been trying to fight for their independence for the last 120 years that they've been harassed by European colonial powers. That you realize that the fault line is there and it's real. The fact that there's like neurons and dendrites reaching from one side into the other and vice versa doesn't necessarily mean that these are strong alliances, that there are real alliances. They're opportunistic contacts and temporary arrangements that serve some higher power, and then making money itself is lower on the list of priorities. For example, when in World War II, Western bankers and corporations were investing very heavily into the Nazi Germany, there was a lot of controversy because some of these investments didn't really make sense because they weren't going to make any money. So people, shareholders in some of these corporations were asking, why are you investing so heavily in Germany? What's the point? The country is a mess. Hitler is a dangerous lunatic. He's going to start war. This is all going to be for naught. And then the answer was, we are pursuing higher order priorities. So whether we make money or lose money on these investments in the conventional way is secondary. We have a bigger agenda than that. But nevertheless, the big agenda that wasn't disclosed was again the same thing, the same battle that we're seeing now, weaponizing Germany to take down Russia, or Soviet Union at the time, in the same way that we've had Ukraine weaponized to take down Russia, in the same way that Israel has been weaponized to keep the whole region there in chaos. And now this coalition of the willing US, Israel, UAE, Qatar, Bahrain, they tried to pull in Azerbaijan and the Kurds. All this has been weaponized to take down the Iranian leadership. And then one thing that I don't know if I disagree with Simon, but I just have other sources of information where, the divergence between the, let's call, reformers in Iran and IRGC is not really real, or it's not so substantial that you have actually two factions vying for power inside Iran. At least at the moment, since 28 February, the society has pretty much coalesced and united on one side of this conflict. And so I still think that it's the same conflict based on the British geopolitics, where the ultimate objective is the empire's hegemony over Eurasian landmass. And this has been explicitly laid out for over a century now by people like Halford Mackinder, by Zbigniew Brzezinski. It's still being, under first Trump, during Trump's first term in office in 2019, you had Undersecretary of State for European and Eurasian Affairs, Wes Mitchell, and he was the underling of Victoria Nuland, who is exactly, he made a presentation to the, I think it was Senate Committee for Foreign Affairs, or the State Department, I forget. Anyway, he framed his presentation exactly in those terms. We are working to defend and retain hegemony over Eurasia, and we're working very closely with our ally, United Kingdom, to achieve those objectives. Said it explicitly. I think that presentation is still somewhere on the State Department's website somewhere. I have a copy. And so this didn't go away. So it's like a consistent agenda that hasn't really changed in over 100 years. And so everything that we see today in the shorter term could be opportunistic arrangements between sides. Nevertheless, the fault line exists, and the fault line is empire versus everybody else.
Simon, your response?
Yeah, I completely agree. There's it's definitely not a perfect science. And once you get into it, you realize that there are, even just saying Iran, is very silly, because there's so many different factions of power. It's kind of like saying US and trying to think of all the different interests within US. And so, yeah, the word is pragmatism. I think people find it hard to believe that you can trade and be at war with someone at the same time. But the reality is that you can be enemies and friends in very different areas all at the same time. And in fact, it's a requirement of geopolitics to do that. And that's why I kind of go beyond the cartoon character of friends and enemies. You have to trade with people that you are enemies of. It doesn't mean you like them. It doesn't mean you wouldn't want something bad to happen to them. It's just the reality of kind of realpolitik, I guess they call it. What I think has happened today is that America and British empires have fractured down into these complexes. And so when I look at, for example, Keir Starmer, I don't see somebody that works for the British people. I see somebody that needs to create an acceptable narrative to justify why the Bank of England should print money when people are starving, choosing between eating and heating, and homeless, and completely trying to figure out how to survive. But why we should spend $3 billion to send to Ukraine, knowing there's mass corruption, and that it will go back into spending on US military companies. And it will stimulate the US stock market. Then at the same time, why did we have, a German, why did Germany switch off its nuclear energy? It's not because it's working for the German people. It's because it works for a power structure above the nation state and government. And so you can see that, and it's very, very clear and obvious that none of the government, none of the leaders in Europe, with the exception of a few, like we're starting to see interesting stuff happening in Italy, I'd say, some interesting stuff or resistance. But really, what are we actually seeing in the world right now? We're seeing record profits within America for oil and energy companies. That's 1% of GDP. 60% of GDP is consumption. That 60% are wrecked from these higher prices and this crisis, but it's supporting that 1% of GDP. And you get a stimulus check for military companies, and you get an environment that will justify a bigger money printing than we saw in COVID. And what is it going to go into is pretty obvious to me. There is a national security threat that due to these high energy prices, China might win the AI arms race. And therefore, we need to bail out these high cost data center infrastructure and create lots of jobs for all of the US manufacturing in order to build out all of these data centers while effectively those staff replace themselves with AI and robotics. That's going to justify the money printing, the stock market stimulus. And that's a handover to this technocratic global government. That's on a global scale. Like that whole who's going to host the data centers, who's going to control the AI. And there's an inbuilt rug pull in it as well, which is China knows that they are producing AI at a fraction of the cost. Just like China knows that it's got all the gold in Shanghai, and the Western powers have paper gold and derivatives contracts that aren't backed by gold. China already has a structural rug pull built in, which is derivative contracts for the financial industrial complex. We got this asymmetric warfare that all of that expensive equipment that makes shit ton of money for corrupt military companies is now actually asymmetric because you got cheap drones and you got the different, mechanisms of projecting power. That's a disruption in the military industrial complex, disruption in the financial industrial complex through derivatives. And also it can do AI at a fraction of the cost. But what's China doing? It's not building AI in order to sell a subscription service. It's building AI in order to increase the efficiency of their manufacturing base. And so it can at any stage rug pull all of that infrastructure investment. And so knowing that the financial industrial complex knows this, they had to partner with transnational capital. They could no longer make decisions on their own. So they could no longer say, Israel, you disrupt the region. We create more forever wars. You do the Greater Israel project. We destroy the region. No, because why? Because America is now energy independent. They don't need the petrodollar. They don't have the petrodollar anymore. They're now an energy exporter. And now you haven't got the other side of buying those treasuries. That's dead. So what do? Well, the Gulf funds are selling all that energy. And who are they selling it to? Well, China's propping it all up. So China now influences all the pools of capital. And the pools of capital are hitting the stage where all of the American people are contributing to their pension. It's creating a structural bid. But it requires the sovereign wealth fund in order to invest in all of this infrastructure because the private credit markets are blowing up. And the Gulf countries immediately, what did they say? We can't invest in that AI infrastructure. Give us better terms. Build more data centers here. China said, Well, we need, so you can see all of these things. So the West does not work for the Imperial West anymore. The Imperial West is playing a global game. And that's what globalism was, effectively. It was have China as the manufacturing base, plug all of the different alternative payment rails into SIPs. 115 countries have been integrated. Create alternatives to SWIFT, stablecoins, central bank digital currencies, and asset strip all of the final assets out of the American people, dump all of the record debt on them, create wealth inequality on a scale we've never seen before, transfer all the wealth up to the financial industrial complex that are managing all the assets, and they can't afford shit. They're not even having children. They've got the highest suicide rates now. The top 10 reason for death in America is suicide. Women are choosing OnlyFans as their career in order to survive. Men are addicted to cryptocurrency gambling and prediction markets, betting on the next shitcoin as their only career option. So they're turning the West into the Weimar Republic. They're asset stripping all of the wealth, and they recognize Africa's got the birth rates. We'll just replace all of them with AI and robotics. But we need Southeast Asia who are having, so what do? We create a crisis that means that we can deploy as much of our capital around the world, align with BRICS, align with GCC, align with SEO, align with ASEAN. But we want our little foothold. So we'll turn UAE into our foothold into the GCC. We'll turn India into our foothold into BRICS. We'll rinse the currency, dump as much debt as possible. We'll create conditions where if the military exits the Middle East eventually after a deal's done, they can just have the police and surveillance state and civil unrest in the West. We'll allow the Russian war continue for another 3-4 years. We'll get another $1 trillion out of that. We'll regime change Hungary. Hungary was the last unanimity vote in European Union that was effectively being bribed by Russia and Israel. Now they can unlock that $350 billion. Russia ends up with the whole of Ukraine. BlackRock gets the other half of it. We get some rare earth minerals. And we rebuild a new military industrial complex in Germany. We launch a central bank digital currency. We just asset strip the whole thing. And we bring all the colonial techniques that we can no longer do in the East. We can no longer do in the Middle East, because now we're investing. That's the investment landscape. That's the regional stability landscape. We bring it all home. We do color revolutions. We do privatized prisons. We radicalize people further to the left and to the right. We build a police and surveillance state. We monetize open and closed borders. We get paid for every deportation. We get paid for every imprisonment. We get paid through Palantir. Let's make that the government. Let's do AI. Let's do social credit scores. Let's do stable coins, programmable money. They're taking all the tactics that they used to do and they're bringing them back home. And I think that culminates in the fact that Trump and Xi Jinping are about to meet. And that world order that looks like US is dominating has just turned into the privatized financial industrial complex that is aligned with a global vision on both the technology side and financial side. And so that partners with BRICS. And so they do want the dollar to weaken. They do want alternative commodity-backed currencies to outperform the dollar. They do want foreign stock markets to get more and more investment after this final war. And this final war is the global reset in order to renegotiate, force majeure all the contracts and get them at higher prices to just completely wipe out the middle class and the poor class in various regions. And that's why I think they need this to go on a little bit longer. I don't think this is the US dominating. I think this is the US. And Trump doesn't work for America. Look at his backers. I know everyone focuses on AIPAC and Israel. Israel is just a division of the military that is now being repackaged into finance and technology in this new vision. But who's Trump paid by? He was paid by Elon, technical industrial complex. He was paid by the banking Mellon dynasty, financial industrial complex. Mariam Edelstein, connected to Israel, military industrial complex. That's the order. Like, you can see who he's servicing: a technocratic surveillance state, a strategic weakening of the dollar in order to enter into this multipolar world. What is deconstructing the deep state is taking down everything that backed the dollar. USAID backed the dollar. United Nations backed the dollar. The petrodollar backed the dollar. The eurodollar backed the dollar. The Japan carry trade backed the dollar. Everything he's saying is MAGA, is a strategic weakening of the dollar in a managed transition, just like the British Empire did when they handed over from the Bank of England to the Federal Reserve. This time it's global.
Alex, do you have any thoughts or response to all that there as well too? I kind of want to get your take on whether or not a deal is possible. Simon has put forth the idea that we have the China summit coming up. We might get an actual deal and it being publicly announced around then. Do you think a deal, the end to the war in that kind of short term, is possible? And then I'd also love your comments on whether or not Trump ever was serving national interest or if he was always serving these different complexes.
When you say deal, you mean deal between United
An end
States
of the
and
war.
China?
But more or less an end to the war in Iran. That is, negotiation is facilitated by China.
I'm not even sure, Nathan. Okay, so you see, I was among those people who, until just a few days before the war actually broke out, 28th February, I was certain that it wouldn't happen, or maybe that we would have some kind of a fake war scenario, some kind of a polite exchange of bombs and missiles, and then, okay, now we've achieved our objectives. Let's get to the next thing. And the reason why I thought so was because the war didn't make any kind of a normal sense at all. It was the downside risk for the United States and for Trump in particular politically was enormous. The upside, I don't even know what the upside was. I mean, I understand the upside from Israel's point of view, and I understand the upside potentially from British point of view, but I didn't, I thought that it's just so completely insane. Of course, they're not going to attack Iran, but they did, right? And so we could have a deal that might fall apart, like the kind of deal like the peace in Gaza, and the Board of Peace, that probably is just going to remain a deal on paper. So that kind of a deal we might have, but the incentives that have led to this war are not going to go away, and people who have those incentives are not going to stop pushing for the war. And the thing that kind of confuses me about Trump is that, somebody like Tucker Carlson, well, specifically Tucker Carlson, about 10 days, 2 weeks ago, recorded one of his monologues, and he was saying how he talked to Trump many, many times over the last 10 years about Iran. And he said that Trump and I agreed fully, completely, that this was an insane idea, and that Trump was perfectly aware of the risks. Okay? And Trump, many times during his campaigns, in between, even before he ran, he was always saying that war in Iran would be insane, that, he was expecting that somebody would maybe do it out of personal political motivations, but that it would be a disaster for the United States. So all of that kind of lined up to create an impression that Trump was primarily concerned with U.S. interests. And that, it's not just Iran. It's that Trump was campaigning on something that, to me, was a perfect signal, but nobody was asking for it. Like the electorate wasn't asking for this, but Trump was saying, join me for a fight against global financial oligarchy. Maybe not in those exact words, but very close to the point. That message wasn't ambiguous at all. American people were not asking for a fight against global financial oligarchy because they're not necessarily aware that that's who the enemy is. So the fact that Trump was saying this openly and in public, to me, was a very, very important signal. And then, when I mentioned the clash between two systems of governance, there's a political layer, but there's also the economic foundation of it. And the economic foundation of that clash is, on the one hand, you have the British system of free trade, and on the other one, you have the so-called American system of political economy, which are two very, very different economic systems, right? The British free trade system entails free movement of goods and capital with minimal restrictions around the world, and then the owners of capital just basically allocate it to where they can generate highest returns, which means that countries compete for capital by basically lowering their standards, their requirements, and so forth. Where the labor costs least, where environmental constraints are the least, political risks are the lowest, and so forth. So it's kind of like a system of race to the bottom, where the more you strip down your country, the more attractive it becomes to financial capital. And then you get, investments, quote unquote. And then you have the American system of political economy, which is called like that because it was pioneered by Alexander Hamilton, who was the first, I think Treasury Secretary, but maybe something more like Minister of Economics under George Washington's government. And basically what it entailed is closing off the economic system with protective barriers, like tariffs, and then supporting your domestic industries and businesses, so that your domestic market is their market where they can sell their goods and services to, and have a protected market. If I'm an entrepreneur and I start a company that makes like widgets that cost me $10 a widget to make, and I want to sell it for $15 a widget, I have a business. I can hire people, right? I can invest that money into my community, improving my business, refining, innovation, making better widgets in the next generation, right? I can send young people to university, pay their scholarships. They'll come back. They'll come with all kinds of knowledge that are going to take that whole thing forward. So in this American system of political economy, the capital that is generated remains in that economy, and it satisfies the requirements of that economy for innovation, for competitiveness, for basically satisfying people's needs, to have good jobs, to have well-paying jobs, to have a nice, safe environment, good education for their children, good healthcare, quality transportation, communication systems, and culture, on and on and on. With the British system of free trade, basically you have countries that are stripped to the bones, and all the capital ultimately accrues to the big financial centers like London, Paris, Wall Street, and so forth. So anyway, back to Trump. Trump was talking about this explicitly. Again, one of those things that nobody asked for, but he was pushing it. And then, this year in January, he came to Davos with a 300-strong delegation, and they were all talking about this exact thing. Secretary of Trade, Jamieson Greer, gave a speech to the crowd in Davos where he explicitly mentions the American system, explicitly mentions Alexander Hamilton, Henry Carey, who was maybe the first he was the economic advisor to Abraham Lincoln. And in, I think, 1861, he published a book called The Harmony of Interests, where he contrasts these two systems. Says one system does this, it has these effects, the other system does this. So all of this was mentioned explicitly to the who's who of the globalists at Davos, which was practically a declaration of war of one system against the other. Trump with his American system versus the globalists. And he wasn't saying like, we're gonna kill you all, that kind of a war. He was saying Scott Bessent was saying it. This other guy, what's his face? I forget. Howard Lutnick was saying it explicitly. Globalization failed. And they were saying it failed, so come join us, build the American system, build prosperity, build higher standards for the people, and so forth. They were saying, your system failed, join us in building this other system. Again, something that the American electorate didn't really ask for, but obviously some factions of the American leadership knew that that's the answer. So they came to Davos and they explicitly made this declaration. And then they pretty much repeated the same message the following month at the Munich Security Conference. So at that point, and now we're talking days before the outbreak of war in Iran, up until that point, it seemed solid and certain that Trump was effecting a very radical course correction in the US policy, particularly the economic policy, that the British system of free trade was being jettisoned in favor of the American system. It was explicitly declared. And then remember again, Tucker Carlson and many, many other people were very strongly convinced that Trump was not going to go to war against Iran because he understood the risks. He understood there was no benefits. And then he goes on 28 February, he goes to war against Iran. And now it seems that he's actually done a 360-degree course correction. So now the question is, why? How did this happen? Was he a closeted Zionist who hid his game for a few decades and then came out and said, like, aha, now I have you, now I'm going to do what I always wanted to do, I'm going to make the Middle East safe for Israel? Or did somebody somehow get to him? I don't know the answer to that question, but it's very clear that those incentives that pushed the United States into war and pushed Trump to pull the trigger are so enormously powerful that they will never stop. And if it takes assassinating the president, they'll assassinate the president, no problem. So the question in my head is, did they tell him, okay, enough fooling around. If you don't go along with us, we're gonna start killing the members of your family? I don't know, but I have to assume that that's a possibility. On the other hand, the way Trump has conducted himself since 28 February makes it look like he fully owns it, proudly, unapologetically, and he's doing this out of his own convictions. So that to me, I don't know how to square that. I don't know how to explain that, but there it is. It's there. So you asked me the question about Trump. This is my non-answer because I don't know what the answer is.
Simon, do you have anything you want to add?
Yeah, it's such an important question. So this is how I see it. Most people think that Israel's in charge. I think that's a deliberate story. Israel, no doubt about it, is connected to the deep state, Mossad, CIA, MI6, those networks. But who do they work for? They effectively work for the military-industrial complex. And who does the military-industrial complex? They now work for the financial-industrial complex. So capital wins, right? So they are just a node of military. So if you are working on and it has a plausible deniability built into it, because, I mean, AIPAC is the 14th biggest lobby, but much bigger lobbies are military lobbies, tech lobbies, insurance lobbies, pharmaceutical lobbies. Israel is just a mechanism for the mafia side of the Black Op operations, using Israel in order to profit with a great story that's about religion. They pretend they're radical Zionists and all that stuff, but they're all just cashing in. They're all just making shit tons of money, recruiting an army, and they've got a lovely story. You're here to save the Jews, join the army, join the IDF, and engage in ethnic cleansing, create carnage, and our stock price goes up for all of our military stocks, our rebuild contracts, financial stocks, our police and surveillance state. We get the Palestinian laboratory to test our illegal technology. But the whole world, whenever we need to divorce from that, we've got the whole story that is Jeffrey Epstein blackmail operations. We got the whole story that America's buy into, because we know one day we need to separate ourselves. This isn't, we need to say, us Americans, we would never have done that. It was because of AIPAC. We would never have done that. It's because Jeffrey Epstein blackmailed us. You don't say it explicitly, but you use the media like Tucker Carlson and Candace Owen and Nick Fuentes and everyone to perpetuate that story, so that when you need the clean break, Americans you preserve the brand with the American people and say it was Israel. It wasn't us. We're not like the British Empire. That was them. And the Brits and the Rothschilds, they created it. It's not us. It's them. So you have, when you need the divorce, you got the Brits, the Israelis, the AIPACs, the Epsteins. We only did any of this, not because we were stealing money from the American people. You're not broke and stuck with debt, and all of the wealth is concentrated in a few BlackRock institutions. That wasn't because of us. That's not how our system works. It's because we're taking on the system. It's so they built in that story to the American empire, just like the British had a story when it transitioned to the Fed, and all that stuff. Then you ask, okay, what are Trump's incentives? Let's really look at it. Firstly, you have to ignore everything he says. Nothing he says is real. It's just narrative. Everything. So if he's at Davos and he brings 300 people, he's constructing 300 deals with a committee of 300. We like the number 300 or whatever you want to call it. That makes him a shit ton of money, and makes the people that back him and his lobbies a shit ton of money. But everyone at Davos is saying the public consumption story, but he's just deal making. And so everything he said is the opposite of what he was doing. He was working with the World Economic Forum. All of the people that pay him are the World Economic Forum knows. Whether it be technology, military, financial, big oil, big tech, big pharma, all that stuff. They're crushing it. They're getting all of this money printing. They're getting the beneficiary of the $39 trillion debt. They're getting all of the businesses going bankrupt. They're getting wealth extraction up to transnational global institutions. And global institutions are crushing it from Trump's policy. So what does Trump do? He works for WEF. What else does he work for? His own family interest. I mean, he has tripled his net worth with just the cryptocurrency scams that I know intimately, because I understand the flow of money in crypto as Nathan does. Just from the crypto scamming, he's made $5.9 billion that Americans have lost. That wasn't let's create value together. That was, I scammed you, you've lost all your money, and we made all the money. Like pure scams. And you can see that the Democrats are going to have a field day with it. This is not partisan. Please understand. I've not got Trump derangement syndrome. I got Biden derangement syndrome, Trump derangement syndrome, Vance derangement syndrome, Clinton, Obama. It's all the same shit. They all work for the same agenda. I'm not partisan in any way, shape, or form. And you have to get beyond that. So this isn't about criticizing Trump. I'll do the same with Biden. So his job was just to make shit ton of money, as is every president. And he has made a lot of money. And it was always Steve Witkoff, who was envoy for the Middle East, that was facilitating the trade between all of his investments in the Gulf. People talk about Jared Kushner being an agent of Mossad. Of course, he's connected to the Israel connection. But what is Israel doing? Israel is privatizing, removing power from the nation state and handing it over to shareholders. I could go through deal after deal after deal, privatizing energy, privatizing banking, Apple's buying AI and cybersecurity. The Gulf countries are investing in all of this stuff. And what's the mechanism for Trump getting paid? Affinity Capital Partners. Managed by Jared Kushner. People stop there. Who put the money in? Saudi, UAE, Kuwait. So you've got, and then people say, oh, are they doing that for Israel because they're owned by Israel? It's a distraction. The whole Israel story is a plausible deniability. Don't get me wrong. They are criminals. What's happening in Israel is, but that is American crimes. That is British crimes. And they get their whole Greater Israel project and they get to siphon off lots of wealth and they get to recruit an army. But it's not Israel that controls the empire. It's the empire is owned by WEF power, and the same power that controls Israel controls UK, controls America, controls Europe, controls Australia, controls Canada, controls the collective West of privatized, securitized, and financialized capital. It's all one big thing there. And Israel's not immune to that. They're not generating nation state power. They don't have a sovereign wealth fund. It's like tiny. They're privatizing their assets, which is transfer of wealth from the nation state to private corporate interest. The ETF is going up. You know, BlackRock, State Street, Vanguard, the Gulf Sovereign Wealth Fund, the Norwegian, China, Singapore, they own all that shit. And so let's look at Trump's policies from the beginning. First thing he did, Doge. We know anybody that understands finance and the Federal Reserve System knows you can't pay down the debt. If you pay down the debt, you eliminate the dollar, you kill the empire, you create a global depression. So why the data? Now we got the best AI. Now we got the best social credit scores. Now we got X, the financial industrial complex, co-invested with the Gulf Sovereign Wealth Funds in X, and they got a massive leveraged investment. So it was really the financial industrial complex that gave him X, and now it becomes the covert regime change and all the different operations that the deep state used to do via X, build our social credit score. What was the next thing he did? He did tariffs. Tariffs, if anybody researched it, was a tax on American small business. It was bankruptcy of small business in both the export-dependent countries and the import-dependent countries. America, by having world reserve currency, by definition, has a ginormous twin deficit. It has a trade deficit and a fiscal deficit. Otherwise, you can't have world reserve currency. If you rebuild the manufacturing base of America, you have to weaken the dollar and lose world reserve currency. That's why China became the manufacturing base. So that was a lie as well. You can't build the manufacturing base. And what did it do? Well, it concentrated wealth upwards, just like COVID, just like global financial crisis, just like every disaster. And then everyone got a refund anyway. So it increased the national debt ginormously. This wasn't ignorance. This was policy. So you had Doge, technical industrial complex. You had tariffs, financial industrial complex. Then what happened next? All right, we'll take down the deep state. We'll expose and we'll release the Epstein files. Now, the whole world said, after tariffs, we're all supporting. BRICS was the net beneficiary of the tariff policy. Everyone went to China. Everything got renegotiated. Transnational capital did incredibly well. Their assets under administration went up and up and up. What did the Epstein files do? It basically made a mockery and provided the narrative that Iran is using right now. We're taking on the Epstein class. You know, your politicians are corrupt. The evangelical Zionists, you now need to tell your children why you support pedophiles in supporting Israel. You know, it literally destroyed the narrative of the empire, of the world reserve currency. Everybody now looks at America and starts, the youth of America look at supporting Iran. Like, that was impossible before Trump. There are youth in America saying, I like Iran's Lego videos. I want Iran to take out the Zionists to save America. Like, how crazy is the concept? So that is, the deep state is the dollar. It is the system that props up the American empire. So what else did he do? Then you got the war with Iran. And the war with Iran was the global reset. It was the repricing. It was the make all Americans sell their assets, keep this going for as long as possible, concentrate Europe into a central bank digital currency, implement Genius Act, Clarity Act, which was an extension of Patriot Act, create the programmable money, police and surveillance state in America, manufacture civil unrest, create extreme left and right divide, make everyone mentally ill, crazy, expose everything. Everyone starts questioning everything. No one's got trust in the system. The American dream is dead. Like everything came from that. And who made money? It wasn't Americans that made money. It was big oil, big energy. It was his Gulf investments. What is the border peace? He wants a Trump Tower across Saudi Arabia, Qatar, one in Gaza. What we're building in Gaza is the technocratic surveillance state that he's building through freedom cities. And no, this carries on with J.D. Vance. J.D. Vance is being groomed as the one that will create the peace in the end, as is Arachi. And there will be a deal with Iran, is my prediction. And it will lead to sanction relief. And in October, there will be a regime change in Israel. And the new president of Israel, or prime minister, or whatever you call it, will create a Palestinian state and will be Gulf funded. And all those $1 billion in the border peace, it will all be the Gulf countries that pay for it, because they're going to own Palestine. They're going to own Israel. They're going to invest in the rebuild with Iran. There will be regional stability. And it's not because Trump is trying to create peace. It's because Trump was paid via affinity capital to do what the Gulf countries want and make everyone think that it's Israel that's in charge. That's what's happening right now. If you follow the money, or you follow the media, or you listen to what they're saying. And remember, Israel derives its power from you believing that Israel rules the world. They got all of us to be the propagandists. They don't rule the world. They're not that powerful. They're just connected to a mafia that goes back to the US stock market and that larger, greater power. And so we've literally been propagandizing for Israel because they want us to believe that they rule the world. Just like they created the propaganda of anti-Semitism because they wanted all the Jews to be shit scared. So they joined the army and engaged in ethnic cleansing. They created and manufactured anti-Semitism in order to grow their population, in order to build out this technocratic. And it was all based upon providing value to the US military in the forever wars. America was never trying to win wars. They were just trying to profit from distress. They were asset stripping the American people all along, just like the Bank of England bankrupted the UK government and the UK people, and then eventually created a war in order to transfer the same structure to the Federal Reserve. And now they bankrupted the American people and they transferred all the assets up, and those people are global in nature. Trump is just a front man. He's middle management. He's not in charge, and nor is Netanyahu.
Alex, before I kind of want to dive into what your kind of market outlook is right now, and more importantly, how people can maybe protect themselves during what seems like all this basic shitstorm going on at the moment, was there anything with regards to Simon's comments on Trump that you wanted to push back on or get clarification on, or any thoughts that you wanted to share?
I would agree with very close to everything that Simon just said. I don't have the same interpretation of all of those elements. Like, for example, if you say that he went to Davos to make deals and that the whole narrative was just a smokescreen, that it was not genuine, it was not sincere, I have to ask myself, why then? Because Davos is open for dealing. You know, if you go to Davos to make deals, you can make them. You don't need a false narrative to follow along. And then, you know, if we look at history,
I'll give a quick answer.
Go ahead, please.
A really quick one, because Trump is asset stripping the West for the WEF, and his job is to create a narrative that's acceptable to the American people. They need to think that he's going to make America great again. America's about to get really bad, really shit, and a lot worse, just like Europe, just like UK. Shit's going to get really bad in the West. And they need to believe that Trump's taking on the establishment, because that's why they installed him, because he's got the cult following to deliver that.
Okay, but the story about the American system is not. It's not like a mainstream narrative in the United States. It's not like the people understand clearly what the difference is. It's you to even know to talk about this, you would have to know what it is, and most Americans don't. So why would you choose that narrative?
I tell you what it's reflective in right now, like just a quick back and forth. I'll try and do quick answers as a conversation. But the vast majority of Americans right now think that they're kicking ass because they're getting all the oil in the world. They don't even know that they're paying higher prices while a couple of companies benefit. They think they've got like a national sovereign wealth fund like Saudi or something like that, or Iran. They can't tell the difference. They actually think they're kicking ass when they're being bankrupted and paying higher prices just so a few companies can make record profits. And they think that's going to help America.
Okay. But then if we go back to history, the American system is a real thing and it has been implemented in the past. In fact, of 8 presidents who were assassinated or died under suspicious circumstances while in office, all 8 wanted to implement the American system. And some of them did, in fact. So it's a real thing, and some people really paid with their life for it. So why would we be so sure that this couldn't be the case today? That some people close to the levers of power aren't saying globalization failed, we need to change tack, we need a course correction to our policy.
Yeah, this is where I think there is a genuine struggle. So I think the military industrial complex represents that faction of nationalistic American prop up the petrodollar through war power. But the financial industrial complex is global in nature. There's just transnational capital. Maybe you could say associated with legacy British, like Rothschild power or whatever you want to say. But the military was captured by financial when they went public. All of the American power is public companies. Those public companies are collateralized debt obligations for financial powers. And so finance rules the game. And so military, I would say, is the legacy power. Let's make America great again. Let's prop up the dollar. Let's take Venezuelan oil. Let's kick ass. Let's protect the petrodollar. Trump ain't protecting the petrodollar. The petrodollar's being destroyed. And that represents the legacy power, which is, so the nationalistic side is military, the global side is financial, and everything that Trump's done has helped financial power.
But you see, implementing the American system would very largely weaken the military-industrial complex and reduce their revenues. It would shrink it. That would be a predictable effect of implementing the American system. So I don't see them pushing for the implementation of the American system. Why would they?
Say that one more time. I don't think I understood it.
Implementing the effect of implementing the American system would shrink the military-industrial complex. It would vastly reduce their revenues, and it would shrink the whole sector. It would become much less relevant and much less powerful. So why would they be pushing for it?
Okay, so let me make sure I understand this. When you say the American system, I assume you're referring to like the Constitution. Is that what you mean?
No. I'm talking about the economic system, which is a different. You see, we've been fed the completely nonsensical, false dichotomy of left and right. Like free market capitalism versus socialism and communism. The real dichotomy is between the national system of political economy versus unrestricted free trade. Okay, national system.
So would you summarize that as nationalism versus globalism? Is that a simplistic way of saying it?
Yes, you could. You could simplify it that way as a economic nationalism versus globalism. but the effect is that an economic system recycles capital within domestically, and it ends up reducing the polarization of wealth. It ends up boosting the industrialization of the country. It ends up boosting small and medium-sized businesses rather than mega corporations, and it reduces the defense requirement, because you're really actually focusing on the defense of your nation rather than having 800 military bases everywhere around the world, because you no longer need to police the potential uppity regime where you are extracting their resources and enslaving their populations. So there the military industrial complex becomes almost irrelevant, because defense goes to a smaller army and to national defense units. It wouldn't, in that scenario, it wouldn't make sense for military industrial complex to actually promote the American system.
Got you.
Yeah.
So the way that I look at it is, so let's go right back to the formation, right? America was founded the same way Israel was founded, settler colonialism and genocide by Europeans, let's face it. And then you had a Declaration of Independence, which allegedly was about tax, but was also about banking. And then you had the installation of 3 attempts at central banking. You had the first central bank, the second central bank, the assassinations, as you said, that went with it. And then you finally had the Federal Reserve System, and then you had World War I, the Great Depression, World War II, and then the formation of the military-industrial complex. During the Vietnamese War, America defaulted and went bankrupt, and so we transitioned to the petrodollar, where they had to assassinate King Faisal in Saudi Arabia. And then we had Safari Club, the War on Terror, 9/11, and everything we've had since then, and all the wars. So to me, that's like a simplistic version of American history. Now, the Constitution was set up to protect from the tyranny of government. But what it didn't capture was the tyranny of companies owning the government through lobby. And so in its sense, it was always a lie, because the elites that set up the Constitution were the equivalent of the corporate class back then. And so they set up the Constitution to protect them from government so that business interest would prevail. Now, when the government later got captured, it was systematically done via central banking, which some could represent legacy British model, Bank of England, that type of stuff. And so the American system was the fight for the abolishment of the central bank. But they lost in 1913. And now they've got $40 trillion of debt and a war ever since. World War I effectively never ended. And so there was no, that they lost in 1913. And we have had the British imperial system in America ever since. And what did they do? They set up the IMF, the World Bank after World War II. They defaulted on the gold standard. They bankrupted the US government. They rolled over the debt. They did Cold War, Korean War, Vietnamese War, fake war on terror, all the stuff that was manufactured. So there was no, the battle was lost in 1913. And now it is represented by BlackRock, State Street, and Vanguard, who are the neo equivalent of the British East India Company and the Dutch East India Company, with a more decentralized structure that's owned by transnational capital. So America is not a sovereign state. It doesn't exist. There is no fight. Unless you can take out BlackRock, the Fed, and everyone that tried to do that, whether it's Ron Paul or anyone, realized, oh shit, you crash the dollar if you take on the Fed. And you can't back it by gold because the dollar is a debt-based Ponzi scheme. So unless someone's going to take on the dollar, but they're not. What are they doing? They're just launching stable coins, which are backed by debt, which is the same system but transitioning to something that looks more like China. And so now America's looking more like China and China's looking more like America. But you've got corporate control and CCP control. And those are the two factions of power. You've got the corporate control and the CCP. Those, if you want to simplify the world down, those are the two factions of power.
Alex, does that address your question?
Well, yeah, but the question of central bank isn't, the American system does use a central bank. It relies on a central bank, in fact. And Alexander Hamilton was fighting for a central bank. So one of the three central banks that you mentioned was in fact as intended for the American system. And so it doesn't necessarily exclude from central bank for equation. It just changes the way capital is allocated, and then doesn't allow capital to just flee to wherever, whenever they choose.
But it's a structural Ponzi scheme. So the result you have today is guaranteed from central banking.
So long as money is based on debt, it's always going to be a Ponzi scheme. There's no getting around that. But money isn't national wealth. If you look at China today, where it is today and where it was 30 years ago, 40 years ago, it was the poorest country in the world. The money can die. It doesn't matter. But they've built infrastructure. They've developed technologies. You can replace the money with new money. It's just tokens. So the fact that the money system is a Ponzi scheme, if it's based on debt, it's going to be a Ponzi scheme. And it's always going to be based on debt to some extent, because you need to create capital to fund future development that's going to pay off in the future, so it doesn't pay off today. So you're saying, we're going to issue these bonds today. It's going to be debt on our balance sheet, but we know that what we're investing in is going to pay off. It's going to improve life here and so forth. And, you can use the money until it dies, but you raised your country from being a freaking colony to being a world-leading industrialized nation where people live decent lives, have good jobs, career prospects, education, and all of these things.
What's the key difference between PBOC and the Federal Reserve? Is that PBOC is what America was in the beginning. State banking for the benefit of the local community.
State banking. That's exactly correct.
Yeah.
And this is another element why I thought that Trump was genuine and for real, because he was talking about nationalizing the Fed. And then between him and Scott Bessent and Steve Mirren, not even between Trump, but like between Scott Bessent and Steve Mirren, they already envisioned creating dual circulation. So shutting off the domestic dollar in the domestic dollar economy. And so that's the Chinese model, where you have domestically circulated renminbi, and then you have the Chinese yuan that circulates globally as a trade settlement currency. This makes all the sense in the world, because that's how China was the only nation during the 1997 financial crisis in East Asia that didn't have a financial crisis, because they were not exposed to it, because their domestic economy was protected. It was closed off. They quarantined off the outside exogenous shock. So that's what my understanding, that the Trump administration wanted to do the same. And I think that they still want to do that. What
is he actually doing? That's the important part. What is he actually doing? He's privatizing it through stable coins.
Yeah.
He's long Bitcoin and short dollar. And he's increasing the national debt. He's rolling over the same system. He promised an audit of the gold, which is effectively double bookkeeped on the Treasury and the Fed.
Yeah.
He's just asset stripping.
You're right. And I agree that they fumbled it. I think that what I mean to say is, my understanding of what they want to achieve is the right solution.
But what if it's just
But
worse?
the way they're doing it, the way Trump is doing it, is completely wrong. So you're right. He's privatizing it. He's using it for his own ends. He's trying to take advantage of this, and he's going to end up derailing the whole thing. That's what I see. But creating a dual circulation.
I don't think it's incompetence. I think it's just what he was installed to do, and a president is installed to serve the globalist agenda and the World Economic Forum. And he was like that from day one. And their job is to lie to you and just create an acceptable narrative that makes you think that they're going to do something else. But the president's not in charge.
Why would you create a lie that only maybe 1% of the public actually understands? I mean,
well, no, the vast majority of people would be something that going to make America great again, right? Oh, sorry. Speaking over you.
No, I meant to say a good lie would be something that at least half of your population understands. You could just beat up on the Democrats or something, Well,
yeah, he does. But what were his lies? He said, Doge, we're going to pay down the national debt, lie. Tariffs is going to rebuild the manufacturing base, lie. Epstein files is about that's about making America weaker again. And we're not going to go to war. Iran is about nuclear weapons. Everything, you could either believe that he came with good intention, or in fact, if you look at all his investments and everything happened before he was installed, all of his investments were lined up to get incredibly wealthy off everything that happened. And that was before he became in power. And then who was he paid for to become in power? He served their agenda. So to me, the whole narrative that Trump's a failure or Trump's stupid or Trump's a clown, no, he served exactly who he was meant to serve. And he's done a great job for global financial capital.
Well, I see that, and I completely understand why you might think that. But then why would they be trying to put him in prison for freaking 8 years? I mean, they've been...
How do you blackmail somebody? How do you compromise someone? How do you ensure they do what you want to do? The fact is, if you get away with it, if you actually go down, then there's a problem. But if you get away with it, then they got you.
But the judicial process, if you take somebody to court and you lose, you've implicitly exonerated them, so then they're not really compromised. Quite the opposite.
Yeah, I personally believe that Senate is bought, Congress is bought, judicial serves greater power. Like, I just don't believe in any of the system. It's 100% captured. And yeah, you get, there is an element of theatrics of the illusion, but left and right is the same. There's a uniparty, the lobby controls, and the structural Federal Reserve system, the bond markets, the debt capital markets, and the equity capital markets are designed for wealth extraction and concentration up. No president's going to change that. Their job is to just get rich while they do what the lobby paid them to do.
Well, but if we had genuine reformers in the past, what?
Like who?
Like William McKinley, like Abraham Lincoln, like George Washington, Alexander Hamilton.
We've read their cartoon story, but have you read their real story?
No, you can look at the economic development of what actually happened under their watch and afterwards. If a nation goes from a patchwork of 13 colonies of the British Empire to being the leading economic superpower in the space of 50 years, well, that's the effect of certain policies. And those policies were actually very, very vigorously opposed by the British Empire. And then you had Germany under Friedrich List from 1873 until World War I.
What about since the Fed? Let's go to something that bears reality today. Like in the last, I guess people would say that JFK was the last one.
Well, JFK didn't get very far with it, but he did.
Yeah.
Yeah. But then you can go to China. China has had this economic renaissance, basically copying and adapting the American system to Chinese conditions. So did Russia, and I'm talking about explicit. You'll have policy papers. The Russians read Henry Carey. They understood the American system. They read Friedrich List. This is a conscious choice, and you can see the effects. So, to reduce it all to they're all working for the same centers of powers and they're all doing this to enrich themselves, you'd have to ignore what actually happens on the ground, that certain countries do rise from total dependence and poverty and backwardness to become major powers. China, Germany, the United States, Japan, South Korea.
Well, I mean, Japan, South Korea are just nodes of the Bank of Japan, and I wouldn't say they're free. But if you look at the example of Russia, took on the oligarchical system, kept nationalized oil, and says, no, that mass privatization represented by Putin, was the hybrid model. And what is the hybrid model? It's keep your resources, have a central bank that serves the people rather than global transnational capital, and then have free trade and hard money. If you look back at it, that's what pulled. If you look at the golden age of Islam at the same time as the dark ages of Europe, those were, and if you look at Adam Smith, what were the original, what did Adam Smith do? He took the model from the golden age of Islam and then said, let's take out the invisible hand, which was meant to be God, and which is meant to represent ethics, and then replaced it with, it's the market. The invisible hand is the market, the pricing mechanism, and let's take out all the ethics. And that was why he was on the Bank of England note. And that was effectively the formation of the indoctrinated economics textbooks that created this whole capitalism, dichotomy that we all know. Transnational capital was funding Nazi fascism, was created the Federal Reserve, and funded the Bolshevik Revolution to create the Soviet Union and communism. And we know that were the same strategic tension ideologies in order to be able to profit from war. And we know that there's genuine resistance against it. But at the higher level of power, is the president really the president? I doubt it. I don't think so. I think they work for who paid them to be the president.
In which country?
In China, I believe that there is this, the CCP is not controlled by corporate interests. Everyone will have their own power structure, oligarchy, and various other things. But in terms of Western, the president has always served the corporate interest, or the president is the corporate interest. It always has been.
Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah.
Beautiful. That was just, sorry, Simon, go ahead. I was not going to interrupt that back and forth. Did you have something you wanted to add there?
No, I think it's, I really enjoyed the conversation, Alex. And, it's deeply philosophical, and then we bring it back to current events, and there's a lot there. Yeah,
of course. No, excellent discussion. I very much enjoyed it myself as well. And as I explained to a friend of mine recently, I don't, anything we think, anything we believe is probably 50-50 whether it's true or not. Either it is or it isn't. But I think just the very fact of having these discussions, I think we all walk away a little bit smarter for it. And I think that ultimately, I'm a great believer in the wisdom of crowds. If people are exposed to true information, ultimately the collective will reach the best conclusions. So I think that our job is basically to have the discussions, to do the research, and then time will tell whether we were right or whether we were wrong.
Agreed. There is one more thing that I absolutely must discuss with you guys, if that's all right. And Alex, I'll start with you on this one too. During this transition to a multipolar world, with all the chaos currently going on that we kind of all see and all agree on, how do you think people can or should protect themselves, protect their assets, protect their well-being? What sort of things do you think are actionable for us that are not at the top levels of these power structures?
Well, basically, you're facing two choices. Either you have to be very compliant and obedient and hope that you'll be the last one to be devoured by the system, or you have to try to take as much money as you can outside of the system, meaning banking system. What I've noticed is that in the West, the unbanking or debanking has become quite a thing, and a lot of people get debanked, sanctioned, completely frozen out of their assets and unable to receive money, pay bills, work, which destroys not only them, it destroys their families. And usually providing material support to a sanctioned person is prosecuted criminally. So people are not allowed to help you. So if I'm sanctioned and you give me $100, you could go to prison for that. So I've seen this happen to a number of people, and apparently the real numbers are very large. Like in Europe, it's probably more than 2,000 people who have been sanctioned. And in the United States, I don't know, you would think there's a handful of people like Nick Fuentes and so forth. But there was that interview between Joe Rogan and the Netscape guy, Mark Andreessen. Mark Andreessen, yeah. And he said that they sanctioned 30 founders of tech companies in the United States just to make them not, develop their stuff that might compete with, state monopolies. So all these cases have something in common. They are being sanctioned by freezing their bank accounts, which means that your bank account is the shackles. That's the cage you're in. And we're in it practically by consent, because we voluntarily keep our money in our banks. And okay, today they're making it difficult to get your money out, but you still can, at least to an extent. So that means that to protect yourself, you have to take out as much money out of the banks as possible. Then you have to try to convert it into assets that are going to maybe be better store of value, like gold and silver. To my mind, maybe Bitcoin is a solution, but I'm agnostic on that. A piece of land, place where you live, some real assets. And then the next thing I would recommend is to really get to know your neighbors and make sure you're well networked locally, because if we have like an Armageddon type of economic crisis and everything breaks down and there's no medicines in the pharmacy, there's no stuff in supermarket, you will be much more resilient if you know your local community, if you know who can help you with what, because there are people with skills and abilities that can help you find solutions to your problems for next to nothing. And you probably have skills and abilities that can help other people in the community solve their problems. And so a community is much more resilient than a collection of atomized individuals who completely depend on the system, on Walmarts and big pharmacies and so forth. Anyway, so that's two things. I would take as much money as possible out of the banking system. I would get to know my neighbors, and then make black markets great again. Because when the state wants to be too restrictive and put too much shackles on us, black markets emerge, and black markets are practically a magnet, not only for consumers, because you'll find a great variety of stuff there, They're also a magnet for entrepreneurs because there's no taxes, there's no state red tape. And then, if you go to countries like Argentina or Venezuela, practically half the GDP is transacted on the black markets. And so people work it out, outside of the system, but they work out their problems. And so they survive and they live, rather than, if everything is inside of a state and banking matrix and you completely depend on that system, well, then they can condition your ability to live with whatever they choose. They can say you can have no more than one child. You have to be vaccinated every 6 months. You're not allowed to say these things. You're not allowed to drive more than use more than 1 tank of gas per month. You're not allowed to have more than 100 grams of meat per month or week or whatever. So that's the matrix, that's the system, and your shackles is your bank account, basically. And then getting money out of that is your get out of jail free card.
I think Simon and I would both completely agree with that sentiment that it's removing your money and purchasing power outside the existing system and building community. We're doing it here in Calgary as well, too. We have our own little Bitcoin market, and I make sure that I have contacts for produce, for beef, for everything I can need. HVAC guy, plumber, electrician, carpenter, all I can hire and pay directly in Bitcoin. And so, because if I can, Alice, I'll take this opportunity. I know that neither Simon or I is going to change your mind right here and now, but I'd love to at least try and address some of the issues, because I think we completely agree on that. Your agnosticism towards Bitcoin, is there something in particular, or what's kind of the reasoning for that? And then Simon, I'd love to get you to address it.
Okay, so I was completely sold on Bitcoin, let's say 2015, 2016. Okay. Here's where I have doubts, because now in Europe they've made it that if you buy Bitcoin, somehow you need to be registered, so the authorities know. And then if you want to convert it back to the currency, you're already screwed. And so Bitcoin depends on any cryptocurrency depends on the existence of the internet and all these ledgers, and that can all be penetrated and controlled by the authorities. It's not, I don't have any issue with the technology itself. I think it's a phenomenal revolutionary technology. I think it can advance the causes of humanity immensely. So I'm not agnostic in that sense. The reason why I turned agnostic is because I'm no longer certain that this is safe, because they know it's there, right? And I just recently read of the case in France where once they imposed this requirement for exchanges to provide information about their clients to the state, there has been something like 40 kidnappings.
Where they had an insider that was giving away the information.
Exactly. So, the criminals knew who they could shake down. This is, so this is a risk. This is a real risk. Whereas, stuff that you stash away in your mattress, maybe only you know about, and so it's still a risk. We're never going to get away from risk, but at least the information is tightly held. I know it, maybe my kids know it, maybe my parents know it, right? But it's not out there. Do you know what I mean?
Yes. Simon, would you like to address some of that or have any comments?
Yeah, sure. So it's something I thought deeply about, and so would Nathan. And everyone, there is solutions to all of those problems, and there'll be a video on BTC sessions, I'm sure, of how to solve any of those problems, because they're all solvable. But which I completely agree, community is absolutely the path forward. So community bank rather than large bank, spending local, investing local. Everyone around you needs money. You'd rather your money go to people around you because it will help them, rather than someone on the other side of the world. And then sometimes you need people over the other side of the world. So why not connect a local direct to farmer community? Like, really think about where you're buying from and how you can create these parallel systems and connect them, without all the big things in the middle. And community banking is absolutely the solution in terms of the money you need at the bank. But yeah, the on-ramps and off-ramps are highly regulated. And so if you have a community bank and you have a local relationship with them, and you can put your money in and out and go to a crypto or a Bitcoin exchange, you can either do that via a decentralized network where people go from bank to bank and you go direct to Bitcoin, and all of those networks exist. BTC sessions will probably have videos on all of these different things. And then when you withdraw it, yes, you have to follow all the laws. And so they will do KYC, but that's the same with your gold, your shares, your real estate, everything you've ever purchased is subject to the same kind of laws and regulations. And so is it better or worse is really the question. And so what you can do is you can take it out, and then it's completely legal to anonymize that into a self-custody wallet and put it through a coin join. There'll be videos on all of these things, which allow you to own the asset, take it wherever you want. And if your government gets tyrannical, you can take it with you. But yeah, you have to follow the law. So if your local tax rules say that you have to disclose it, then you can say how much Bitcoin you have in complying with those rules, but you don't need to disclose necessarily the wallet addresses. And if you do, you can coin join them and anonymize them. And this is all completely legal. There's nothing illegal there. So I just say follow the law, and Bitcoin does solve a lot of those problems. But yeah, they want your Bitcoin. So what they'd much rather you do is own it via a Bitcoin treasury company and buy a BlackRock ETF instead of Bitcoin, because they want to hold your Bitcoin so you will own nothing and be happy, and they give you an IOU version of Bitcoin. And right now, Coinbase is just announced that they're laying off 14% of their staff because they're turning the whole thing into AI. So we're going down this world. There is no avoiding this AI trade and this global trade. I think you've got to lean into it. You've got to become productive. You've got a few years to come up with a plan. And what are the two things you actually need to do? You need to localize as much as possible, earn as much from the fact that what is really happening, everything's moving to robotics and automation. And that kind of means you got to be more productive rather than getting outside it. There's no avoiding it. You're just going to become unproductive. Or you're building it. You're building the data centers. You're doing the real engineering. You're doing the plumbing. And I think you've all got 3 to 5 years until we enter a world that we can't recognize. So you need to make as much money as possible, put it in a local bank, and then you need a flow for taking it out of the bank, which is the Bitcoin in self-custody or gold in self-custody. What most people do when they do gold is they give it to Switzerland or they give it to Singapore, and they end up with a paper IOU version of gold or a BlackRock ETF version of gold. That's not gold. And you will find that out. So then you end up at Bitcoin, and then you just need to learn the skills of everything you said is true, but there's ways around it completely legally, and to maintain privacy. And remember that all the crypto, all the stable coins, all the tokenized real world assets, they're all a scam. They've all got freeze functions. They took them from Iran, and they can take them from you.
No, I agree with all that. The only thing is, you can do all that illegally, but if somebody kidnaps your kids and says, "Yeah, I'd like you to share those 12 words with me," then what's legal and what's not legal is no longer relevant.
It's the same for like having bars of gold or any bearer instrument really in your direct possession. There are.
That's true. Yeah, absolutely. Great.
We just did a workshop even on like particularly planning for a if you had like a home invasion or you're under duress, what you can do in those sort of situations. But to your point, like the biggest issue that we have with Bitcoin is the KYC at the very beginning, the AML KYC laws that have us force over the information. Somebody's got it, because the best defense against that sort of situation is that no one knows that you have it. And to Simon's point, we do have things like peer-to-peer exchanges. We do have things like our privacy tools like CoinJoin and Wasabi, as well as things like the Liquid and Lightning Network. And then the other one too, with directly going back to the fiat rails. That's why for us here in Alberta, it was so key that we start to build out our network of people that are willing to exchange goods or services in Bitcoin, because that means if I'm ever completely kicked off the fiat rails, I can still get beef. I can still get a few things that I need. But you're right. Those are all things that need to be addressed. And I think also that kind of as we're shifting to this multipolar world and things get a little bit chaotic, the ability to memorize 12 words and port your net worth with you anywhere in the world, go across any borders become completely meaningless. I think that censorship resistance and that portability actually becomes the main value proposition in the next 5 years. But I'm glad that you were able to share those, Alex, and we had a chance to at least try and address some of them, which, by the way, if you're coming back to Cornerstone at some point, I would be happy to show you all of these things, even just so you have the option should shit really hit the fan. But gentlemen, this was a phenomenal conversation. I got a ton out of it. I know the audience will as well too. Alex, can you please tell everybody where they can go to follow your work, find more, all that good stuff?
So yeah, I'm active on X. My handle is @nakedhedgy. I have 2 publications on Substack. One is a daily market newsletter called iSystem Trend Following. And the other one is my personal publication called Alex Krainer Substack. And I reactivated my YouTube channel this year. It's called, I think it's called just Alex Krainer. There's also an Alex Krainer official, but that's a fake AI account. That's not me.
Yeah. I figured that one out when I was looking around for some videos. Like, that one's running live feeds all the time. It's not real, folks. And then Simon, of course, where can everybody go to follow your work?
Yeah, so I go live for following the money every single week on YouTube. As a discipline, I try and take tech, Bitcoin, all the scams that are happening in crypto, macro and geopolitics. And I kind of, as a discipline, do like these crazy 3-4 hour, is more for me. And I kind of in live allow people to listen in on how I think. And then I look at it and say, did I get this wrong? Did I get that right? And kind of adjust the analysis. So I do that every Friday on YouTube, Simon Dixon. And then I take it to simondixon.com and get AI to make like a 5-minute summary and a 20-minute summary for those that can't listen to the 3-4 hours. And I put all those on simondixon.com in a blog post. And then whenever stuff happens in real time, I join spaces and I'm on X @SimonDixon. Twit. And that's how I spend most of my time at the moment. And I try and just triangulate my information with as many smart people like Alex and do interviews and podcasts with BTC sessions. So I really appreciate you setting this up, and I really enjoyed everything you had to say, Alex.
Thank you, Simon. Likewise. It was great. I really enjoyed it. Thanks, Nathan, for arranging this. And from my side, warm greetings to everybody watching and listening.